extended reality.
Hello, Internet.
You guys
Well,
having a
we
good
had
time?
1,100 people watching live, and at the end of Beachside Tech Talk, somehow it got turned off. So we're restarting the live stream here from the Crypto and AI Expo in the Silicon Valley. Got some incredible talks coming up, and I think you're going to really enjoy it. So I'll start the process of getting it shared, and thank you for joining us.
The executive chef today for cooking that delicious buffet. We'll highlight two items that's coming up October 14th, another venture capital panel or series venture capital panel. What's hot, what's not. Number 15, October 14th, 5 Cal Square in Palo Alto. And then sort of a new thing, we have October 30th, the day before Halloween. Venture capital panel, funded female founders. We have venture capital panel, female venture capitalists, plus funded female founders. So if you're a funded female founder, you're a fantastic funded female founder. Come talk to me, we can put you on the panel. On October 31st, which is Halloween, by the way. Thanks for wearing your costumes today, everybody. Anyway, we're going to go to the Steve Jobs Halloween block party. We do it every year, that's a tradition. So we're going to go meet at Molly Stone's, and we're going to walk around the Steve Jobs Halloween block party around his home, which is across the street from Larry Page's home. So you're all invited. So you can go with your costume today or come up with one by October 31st. Dwayne, back to you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Everybody give it up for Rob. Woo! IPO. Awesome. So I love Rob, but Rob doesn't believe in the 10-day vision. He doesn't believe in it. So I want to do a 10-day version of this, what we're doing right now. 4-day hackathon, 5-day speaker series, and 1-day networking. Never been done before. Never been done before. I need sponsors. I need more vendors. So those vendors out there, thank you for your support. But we need more because I want like a big old trade show thing going on. Okay? You guys believe in my vision or no? Yeah. Exactly. It's not enough. Anyway, so I'm proud to continue our legendary day with Marissa Urban, who is an amazing person in the reality space, and I'll let her take it from here.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. So my background is a bit in R&D and innovation sector. So sometimes there are like skunkworks teams and side of bigger companies that do innovation, first market. So I've done first market TikTok, Snapchat gaming, that sort of thing, as well as walk through immersive. So today I'm going to focus on creative XR futures. So XR isn't just tech, it's actually a paradigm shift at this point in time. And as our tools become more of a living ecosystem, the next decade is actually going to let us reimagine what reality looks like. So you're all here today, you're all builders, creators, business people, and so I want this to be your time as well to envision what you see coming forth in the next decade. So I hope that this can serve to ask questions in addition to providing information. When I speak to XR specifically, it's used as an umbrella term for augmented reality, mixed reality, virtual. I am including immersive and extended reality outside of that umbrella as well. So forward, I'd like to take a step backwards and look at where we're coming from to give some context. The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond the impossible. So I don't know who else, anyone else here grew up with science fiction? Maybe a show of hands? Okay. Harper course, science fiction writers, futurists, they help envision where we're headed. And so as a part of that group together, we're going to take a look at where we've come from. So this chart has over time the amount of technology, but not only that, you can see at the tail end, there's a lot more dots. In addition, there's more height. That height is actually really relating to the technical innovation and how it helps us work more effectively. Here's another view of it. You can see 1991 to present. That list starts to get a lot longer. This is important for context setting because every innovation and technology is rapid, iterating, and moving faster, moving forward. This one is really interesting to me as well. It's actually patents over time. So if you look at that ramp up, 2020, 2023, record-breaking patents. So we are going to continue this pathway, and it's very good to be aware of these trends and help them also to inform the futures behind what we do. This is actually the inverse curve. So if you look at this one, you'll see technology adoption used to take a very long time. Now, people are adapting to new tech faster and faster. We've seen this adoption accelerate past the web also with generative AI and other types of artificial intelligence. So I work specifically at the intersection of art and tech. And so for me, we're creating new portals into our dimensions, and we get to design what that looks like. So the best way to predict the future is to invent it. So I encourage everyone here who's a builder, a thinker, a creator to take that in hand and steward our future. So I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into subsections. I want to contextualize that the future is always theoretical. It can be based on trends. You can identify things. However, this is specifically focused on my background and my experience. And the interesting thing about future is everyone has a different lens depending on where their background comes from. So we heard earlier about nanobots, technology, physics, mathematics, we're having robotics. There's a lot of things that go into the futurism umbrella. So for me, virtual reality is an empathy machine. And this is also spoken by filmmakers who work in documentary space. The reason that is because you're put into the world and you can be put into a level that is the same as someone else directly. So one of my interests in the area is actually the wellness market, and I'll break that down a little bit. I also think that as stewards of technology, having the focus on that stewardship and creating for good in ways that are meaningful, future-facing. So VR creates a personal experience with the user. It can reinvent wellness. It can really be transformative in terms of experiences. And it enables a different point of view depending on the type of virtual space you're setting up as well. So this is part of the reason I chose to focus on wellness trends here. If we look at this trending, Gen Z actually is really interested in spending their money on wellness. It's a huge part of interest, and they are very focused in mindfulness. It's in a glow-up era right now, but top 2 of those areas have strong alignments with virtual space in particular. So in seeing those stats, I kind of thought, what can this look like? And I want you to think, what would you add to this list as well? But for me, docuseries and virtual spaces allows for you to tell a story person to person, to connect to different worlds that you might see. I actually flew here from Seattle, and I was on the plane, and I was watching 2 people in front of me on their phones, scrolling. And one person was in an entirely different world, entirely different language, like different things popped up on their feed. And then I look at the other one, and it was an entirely different world, entirely different language. And then I look at mine, and mine is very tech heavy, very, so we are really in our own worlds. And it's so important to have bridges and connection points to gap that together. And so I feel like docuseries and VR 360 experiential content can really start to pull those pieces. The other thing that I would say is mindfulness experiences. And I can talk to this a little bit in the sense of, I actually worked on a project that was a walkthrough tetherless immersive. You'll probably see a little hints of that later on. But early stage, we didn't have the characters in. So it was made for STEM and STEAM. And you follow this girl into a courtyard, and there was this beautiful courtyard with the night sky overhead. Before we had the characters in, it was empty, it had music, it had stars, it had light. And so we were putting beta testers through, and everyone responds so differently to the experience. We had a person come in and they did yoga. With the headset, with the backpack, they just wanted to do yoga. And then another person came in and they just sat in the middle of the courtyard and looked up at the starry skies, listening to the music for like the whole entire session. And there was a whole entire like series of rooms that you could go through. And when they came out and brought their headset up, they'd been crying because they had a spiritualized experience in that set. And so those are the types of things that become very meaningful to me, to set up those moments where we can connect and empathize with other people's shoes, create meaningful experiences, adapt those experiences if we're not hitting the target that we're wanting them to feel, to make sure that we're connecting. So there are other things like music immersion, cognition stimulation. When I say that, what I mean actually is like games, puzzles, things in VR that can help for people who might have dementia or have problems with spatial remembrance. And then also the density and overcrowding of spaces can cause people to really feel uptight, feel like they don't have a space of their own. Virtual spaces, you put it in, you're isolated, you understand that it is yours. And so that can be a really effective method as well. So augmented reality, I worked early stage on the Junaio app before it was purchased by Apple to create some experiences that were scent-based, floral. It would fly through the air, motion graphics. AR back then, you'd hold it and it would jump no matter how good the engineer was at stabilization. The tech just wasn't there 15 years ago. But what it did have is the promise of the future of what it could be. And so this quote from John Hank is wonderful because it really talks about how it adds a layer to the human experience and how can we use it to develop that further. So part of the reason I wanted to add AR to this specifically, in addition to my background, is also because mobile phones, I come from also working within mobile companies. Mobile phones are not yet global. There's a large opportunity still to get adoption for mobile, and everyone holds their phones when they have it. And so having it in augmented, then we have the layer of augmented glasses. I've put the links down, but I'm sure it'll be mentioned later as well. There were two very exciting announcements this week about Snap and Meta's future of what that can look like. But developing that AR content over the next decade, as that rise happens, will have a multiplier effect. So here's some charts that go over that and speak to the global trends and also the smartphone market itself in terms of capital. So this shows not only is the potential there for the market, but also for the money. So some of the things, and this is a list of what I like to play with in the space, but immersion is definitely a thing because you have a phone and because you have the outside. How do you connect both in a way that feels like you're tethered still to each? And also having the awareness. I'm sure you saw videos of Pokemon Go that when you're so immersed, it can also work backwards, as wonderful as it was as an experience, to make you less aware if you're not looking at street views. So the other thing is improved mapping. So mapping is important. The more we have global mapping, the more augmented reality will help us to have spatial anchors in the world. So I can say, I'm at the Basilica right here, and I want to spawn my art piece, and it's going to make a statement. And we have that capability now, but not everywhere is fully mapped to enable that. The other aspect that I see huge, which is also coming later, is transmedia. So AR is fantastic for transmedia because it's an added layer of connection. If you have a video game, release an AR app. Then you can have a benefit of both. They offer different things. It's the same IP. There's more reach. So there's also an interesting inverse on top of the cool benefits of like language and things, there's going to become more noise in the physical environment for AR. And what I mean when I say that is billboards in AR can be put up in spaces. And depending on the platform you're using, if it's a very occupied space, I'm like, oh, I wanted to put a painting on that wall. 50 other people placed graffiti there already. And so actual physical spaces that have digital overlays on top will get crowded. And that crowding can have benefits. It also is probably a category for advertising and SEO, as we've seen with other pay to hide for certain streaming platforms. But the point being is this space currently is unoccupied, and a lot of times when you look through your phone, and someday it will not be unoccupied anymore. And the other thing is, you know, AR activism can happen. So I actually have someone that I'm aware of out of LA who does a lot of activist shows. She creates these beautiful sculptures about nature and different things and puts them in large iconic places. And just understanding the potential of the physical connection of a location. So for example, there's a whale in France right now, and it's an abandoned aquarium. And a lot of people in France, because I got back from there recently, are upset that they are not being cared for the way they feel they should be. And as an AR activist or an artist, you could place an anchor there and you could actually showcase to the world your message, or a larger holograph of that to connect attention to that location so more people visit, so you get the visibility. So those are just some options that I see for the next decade. I'd really also recommend, if you're into kind of what that might look like in a not great scenario, hyper reality, link is down here. It's a classic and I'd encourage everyone to watch it. So in terms of mixed reality, I loved this quote, thinking about all of the senses. I thought that was very beautiful. But headset combos increase use over time. When I use them, one of the bigger things I've noticed previously is the lighting. It's, you know, the adaptive lighting is a thing that we still navigate. So outdoors is different than indoors. It has gotten certainly better, but it still is present. But I do see a lot of potential for 3D volumetrics and scanning, and just having that real-time data. The other thing that I'll say is, like, with the scans, creating the point clouds, having like even Gaussian splatting I've seen now is being combined with MRIs. And then doctors can see and turn around the model of the MRI in their head in front of them. And having the power to hone in on that level of fidelity and reach is really incredible, and it can help people see what is unseen. So one of the things that I would say here also is for MR, because it's an overlay on top of the world, and I'm sure others can certainly speak to this as well, but like you can have real-time information, and you're starting to see with some of the later announces, they'll have like a ad layer, a video feed that comes up. And so having that real-time HUD display over your face is incredibly useful. I was early stage, tested Google Glass before it was released, and just even being able to like look at a sign and have a translation feature. I do that on my mobile phone via an app now because we don't have the glasses version. But if I had the glasses, you don't have to look at your phone. You don't have to like lose. You can just look straight ahead and see the sign and it'll tell you what it is. And so those types of things I think are very beautiful everyday lifestyle enhancements for people. So art should be something to me that liberates the soul. And so that's kind of what I talked about earlier with that experience that I had of the tester in our walkthrough. And the idea is to push it further. And what I love about immersive reality, especially large scale experiential, it is more expensive in terms of build and meeting locations, but it really pushes people out and to go further. It is important though, and that's why I chose this person in particular, because there has to be a layer of authenticity to it. What's happened now is there is a lot of commercialization that leads to a loss of authenticity at times. And so making sure that when we create immersive, because it is an important space, that we have that respect and understanding of what are we making, what are we saying with these statements. It doesn't mean it can't be commercial. It just means it needs to have an intention, because if it's overly commercialized with no substance, people will not visit. And so for me, my focus with immersive is social connectedness. So this has to do with the loneliness issue that we were having. The interesting thing is, if you look at the immersive charts, there was a huge drop off. I was at that precipice of the drop. I bounced to a game studio right before it happened, but I saw it with the company that I had been a part of. And, 20 to 2022, immersive tanked for clear reasons. And now actually it is up, I believe 8% is the last stat that I saw, and it's currently going up and up and up. So I do think that now that people are out, we have the opportunity to steward a lot of these experiences for social connection. And I like to also have moments of joy. And so one thing that I see, Area 15 has 20-acre expansion in progress. I was there just last week. I will say the Sphere also, I visited like a month and a half ago, and they have the Wizard of Oz. They think it's going to be $1 billion potentially. Cosm LA was incredible. I don't know if anyone has been there. However, I was sitting there and people were next to me. I didn't know anyone. And the first thing I hear coming from VR that made me really happy was it feels like I'm in an Oculus headset, but with a room full of people. And everyone was cheering and everyone was excited, and it was a shared experience. And so it's all about the shared experience for the social connectedness. So that's where I see wellness artainment being a thing, and personalization. So in the advent of AI, I would be remiss to not also mention that hyper-personalization for customer service is huge too. It's a meta market. It can affect literally every single type of experience that we're having. But yeah, I'm really excited about digital spas personally, because I love glowy things and lights and spas. And so it's all of my things in a pretty package. And also people want to be there and they feel better. And it's usually a shared experience that you have with someone else. So to me, I just put together some things of what that can look like. So Fi digital is a term I use. It's not uniquely mine, but I do appreciate it in that it is a physical digital experience. So the previous immersive work I did, we actually had an opera house team sculpt the bricks at scale. And when you reached your hand out and touched it, you could feel group to group because we measured it every single day. And so having it customized per person and directional adaptations, you can have multi-sensory experiences, especially with spas, having fragrance that is custom set to what you're comfortable with, because everyone has their own threshold in your respective areas. And then also animated content, like the sky and the universe could be animating as the jellyfish moves in the real world. And so you can have all of these layering perspectives that can get very beautiful to see. So I've actually been working in the background on 2 different types of immersive design. One is called Conduit. This is a longer term space. And so I see the future of that being able to build start to end movements, have real life by digital, and interactive and experimental, because being able to experiment is such a key part. Like, we're creators, we have to have play. And so here's an example of what that can look like. So as you walk, lily pads under your feet glow, and then there are vines that come out wherever you step. And there's sensors above and projection mapping and movement on these physical beams. And you can experience it in a room together. Yeah. So playing around with the concepts, I'm showing you these more so to just exemplify the different types of immersive design. So this one is more of a pop-up style vignette. It's a short-term focus. It could be a full space, but it could also be a store window. It doesn't matter, because what really matters is that you have it interactive, you have it moving, and people just pause to take notice. And it could be a room of these. So I actually just got back up from Los Angeles, where I set up an immersive experience. And they had these little alcoves, and every single alcove was branded something different. It was a different IP portion. And so having this where like every area could be a different section, and it could be in a giant room, and then you could have 10 micro experiences. And so speaking of micro experiences, like having it where you can set up a weather system and in Unreal or Unity or which engine of choice. And each person has the tools to make a microclimate. And then you get in and you have this combined climate of what everyone chose. Maybe I chose magical like lightning bolts because I love thunderstorms out of Toronto. And someone else likes the beaches, so they chose sun. And then you're seeing what everyone's preferences are in that space, and you're learning to interact and modify with those experiences. So this all leads me to the idea of third spaces. So there are a lot of terms for third spaces, but to me, really, the essence is to combat loneliness and isolation. And so bringing those connection points, and it doesn't matter if it's a coffee shop that has amazing ambiance, because we all love those too. I'm from Seattle, so I'm totally guilty. But just kind of really addressing at the heart and the root of not connecting fully with each other. We need a place to have fun, to escape a little bit, to just enjoy a low-key environment. So this is the idea of a Let's Connect cafe. Basically, you are at tables like this, and then you'd have little digital screens that are facing across from each other, and you could ask each other questions, pre-screens, safe screens. You don't have to like answer something you're not comfortable with, but just sit down with someone you don't know. There are a lot of experiences where people will connect with other people that are outside of their normal orbit. And you learn a lot from those people. They have different life experiences. And then having timed events where you get to connect. And you can choose if you want to keep in touch after. They don't need to know. It's not a high profile stress thing. But you go in and you can touch the walls. You can play with music and all that sort of thing as well. And so I'd also like to talk briefly about ascended reality. But really, the big impression here is XR is a layer to me. I think of it as a layer. It can be more full. VR can take up everything, but to me, it's a layer over top as well. And so in particular, like AR layers can include robotics. AI can be integrated into robotic systems, manufacturing, training, and more. And I'm sure we'll hear some of the panelists on that later too. I would be remiss to not bring up space here, though, because I do have a pocket project that's future-facing for space. But I think private rides are going to be much more common as we move forward. And it's an adventure. And also, it's an ability for us to learn more. There's a lot of technological advances that come from space. And so one of the things that, I just want to mention too is XR in space is a great opportunity for training, because right now they'll have NASA people walk across the pool underwater to simulate some of the effects of space. And those are amazing tools, but XR can also provide additional layers of tool sets, especially when we come to everyday people going to space. And the other thing is, if space colonization is possible within the decade, there will be citizen scientists, because naturally we're curious, we're builders as people. And so enabling people to actually be scientists and support contemporary physicists by taking pictures of plants or collecting a rock and putting it at a drop-off station, those types of things. So yeah, this is just a little bit about that, and just really thinking what that can look like, because we have so many layers of XR technology that we can apply. And then I want to share a little bit of a sound study that I'm looking to potentially do, because it is future facing. And really, year over year, we're not tracking sound increases much at all across the world, really. And as things get louder, aggression goes up, hearing loss goes up. There are real health implications. It's cancer, it's heart, it's a lot of different things impact. And that all stems from hearing loss. And so even a 5 decibel reduction in sound can do that. And so I've been measuring throughout portions of the US when I'm there, different sounds. That's at the airport. They literally have people sitting and eating out, and they put their AirPods on and they turn the music up. That's almost not the way I'm playing it right now. However, the original sound is like 5 decibels off from hearing loss. So if you put your earbuds in, that's already doing it for you. And so the one is actually to collect, here's another one actually from Rosewood City right nearby, but to collect all of this data and bring it to the space station to do a controlled sound study, because ISS has a grant that does funding matching. So I'm intending to collect these to apply. But the point being is, if you have a background in games, if you have a background in tech, and I'm wrapping up very quickly, your skills are very valued. The reason I think of this is because I get startled by sound, but I also worked with sound engineers and sound designers in video games, and I learned how to control these levels and what that looks like. And so I would just encourage you to really have an open mind on what the future for you looks like, because there are so many things that you can contribute to and already have. I mean, this room is full of incredible people. And so I just wanted to, first of all, say that, and then also just kind of step through really quickly transmedia I had discussed, but user-generated content is very important as well. And so thank you so much. My information is here, and if you have any questions, I look forward to it. And we also have panelists that can come up. Thank you for joining.
Yay.
We have a guest panelist that we're very excited about as well. So.
Yay. Into the holodecks we go.
Yeah. Right. Where would you like? Okay.
Yeah, we gotta share mics.
Got it.
You want me?
That's good.
Yeah, we're a community and we're gonna share money.
Yay.
Okay.
Well, hi, everyone. I'm really honored and grateful to be moderating this talk. My name is Tama, and I'm the founder of Blendbound. It's a studio that creating Folded, an AI-powered emotional sandbox game where players unfold a living paper world and see it react to their feelings in real time. My background is in interactive storytelling and immersive technology, and at Blendbound, we're exploring how AI, narrative design, and real-time world building can create digital spaces that feel alive and emotionally responsive. This passion for blending creativity, cutting edge, is what excites me about today's conversation. And it's on the intersection of XR, AI, and human experience. So I am absolutely thrilled and honored to be welcoming Marissa, Wade, Alan, and Robert. So I wrote an introduction for everyone but you, so I'll give you simply the mic for you to introduce yourself. Marissa, she's the founder and the CEO of Flubber. She's a creative technologist, art director, and an entrepreneur whose work spans immersive storytelling, XR prototyping, and large-scale game development. And she's also a fintech insurtech startup building a mobile app that alerts users when the value of their personal belonging exceed insurance coverage, pairing clear data with XR visualization to help people protect their assets before disaster strikes. Marissa also served as a senior creative and art director at Serene Cove Studios, guided AAA projects as art director at Zynga and Timber Games. She also led the content for Hyperspace XR. Wade, he is the senior XR prototype engineer at HTC Vive. He's an XR engineer specializing in hand-eye tracking, gestural and voice input, and system architecture. Over 6 years at HTC Vive, he progressed from prototype engineer to senior XR prototype engineer, contributing to flagship efforts like Vive XR Elite, Vive Focus 3, and the Vive Reality System. His work bridges cutting-edge hardware and software to make immersion feel natural and accessible. Previously as well, he worked on large-scale multi-sensory VR at Hyperspace XR, like Wonderfall and Expedition Titan. And Alan, he's a robotics and AI polymath from BitRobert Foundation. He's an AI innovative driving projects at BitRobert Foundation, a collective AI ecosystem designed to orchestrate multiple advanced models in real time. With a career spanning in machine learning, robotics, and complex system design, he specializes in integrating large language models, computer vision, and custom APIs to create adaptive cross-domain intelligence. Previously, also, he founded and led R&D for Safe It Up and built LOT safety devices powered by AI. And I will leave it for you, Robert, to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm the only one who brought one with me. And I wrote 2 books on this topic. Steve Weissnack, co-founder of Apple, wrote the foreword for, and Qualcomm's head of XR said are must read. So that's my qualification.
Really nice to meet you. And also, he's wearing the t-shirt of Monster Inc. and maybe Monster University. It's like
That's amazing.
my favorite Disney movie ever. Or let's say be specific, Pixar. So to kick things off, when you each imagine the future of XR, where do you see the most exciting intersections between immersive experience AI, robotics, and human behavior? What is one story or application that you think captured the intersection in a compelling way?
Robot fights in San Francisco every month. And the next one, you're going to be wearing a VR headset, and you're going to be embodied in a robot, and you're going to be fighting somebody else who's doing the same thing, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Amazing.
Seriously, right? That's your deal. He's doing it. You want invites? He's the one to see, and it's a lot of fun. I did it last month on a PlayStation controller. When you're embodied in a robot in a VR headset or XR headset like this, it's really remarkable. It lets you do something remotely. So think about bomb disposal or a dirty job or a manufacturing job or working in a clean room. Right? Human beings should not be allowed in clean rooms. So we're talking about this morning's topic. They destroy chips because we shed thousands of particles into the air. Intel's Fab taught me that. They had to dress up in very specialized clothing. You'd send your robot into the fab and you teleoperate the robot with a device like this and a few sensors on your hand. And it's going to be something we all do eventually.
I agree. How about you, Alan?
I got lost in what he was saying. I've been lost.
Robot fight.
Vitaly Bulatov. Work with him, and he's in charge of the UFB. And so if you want to look that up, it's UFB. And we also work together on Utilitron and several other things. But the primary thing that we're doing right now is creating teleoperation centers that allow people to exist and work in real time in other environments from their headsets and from home. This is to create real work in real time for real people from anywhere, only based on infrastructure. And so this allows for literally the destruction of cultural walls between people that might cause them to not be able to otherwise communicate because things are blocking the communication, whether it be understandings or just simple cultural items. And I think so the most impactful item that this type of technology will bring to us as a world is a better understanding of how each other feels. And this will cause us to be able to perform tasks across the world, to have lunch with someone in France at a restaurant that we're not in France. You know, we're here in San Francisco. That's what I was doing when you were talking. I was having lunch with someone in France because I thought, oh, this is what I could be doing. Right? You know, and so, but what we're working on is kind of exciting because it allows people in third world countries with very minimal infrastructure to use cheap Linux-based equipment to teleoperate, doing real jobs in real environments, creating real money and changing their paradigm, not only socially, but culturally for their entire country, let alone their family and their world. So these kind of things, again, will break down the walls between, you know, different cultural standards and economic barriers.
Robot fights.
That too. The robot wants to fight.
Totally, and break
Anybody
all
wants
these
to know
walls.
that. The robots are not mad about fighting. They like to fight. They're happy about it, just so you know.
Thanks,
But
Ellen.
you guys-
How about you, Marissa?
So earlier this year, I had the privilege of being able to attend Viva Tech, which is a giant convention in Europe that's relating to the latest technology. And as a part of that, I tried sensors that are placed on your head, and you eat a macaroon actually, and it tells you how you feel about that macaroon. The interesting part of that is I'd done a work up in Canada for 2 years. And as a part of that, I'd take all of my friends to a macaroon shop and we would eat those there and we'd go shopping and we have a wonderful day. And so a part of what they were gauging was memory. And so as I saw everyone else's experiences, they filled up with joy, they filled up with satisfaction. And then I thought specifically about that location, those experiences, and remembered the whole entire time the sensors were up and my memory bar was absolutely full. And so seeing the biometric data and seeing the life experiences with friends and family and how they can actually connect with the technology as well is very special.
I agree.
So I think digital twins excites me the most. We already see a lot of examples of these. So we have like drones right now that can take Gaussian splats of huge environments like stadiums. And, they can go in depth into buildings and get a super accurate, like centimeter, like accurate of internal spaces. And
Millimeter.
millimeter? Oh, millimeter. I'm
Got
sorry.
announced last week.
Wow.
And it's amazing. Just not even from the environment side. What I'm excited about is taking an avatar of yourself. So you can take photogrammetry of, say, an avatar of yourself. And I during COVID, I started a YouTube channel, started streaming. So in the streaming world, there's a lot of people that use avatars to, I guess, be more an authentic self about showing, having a visual, showing yourself. But I'm excited about that. There's a guy in Hawaii where I'm from, where he's leading the AI charge in just teaching AI. But what he's trying to do is using AI to train on his voice, taking a avatar of himself, and he's trying to live stream so he can teach 24/7. And I think that's amazing, just to have yourself being available when you're sleeping. So, digital twins.
It's very interesting how each one of you like really brought a really specific point of view, but really just brought the whole engine and how to really create these tools and the solutions that you're providing. So speaking of that,
Can I go into the digital twins?
Yeah,
Because
please.
I was just at a press conference last week with 20 different companies who's joining together their digital twins, run by Echelon, which is a military-focused company, but Niantic, who made Pokemon Go, is part of this coalition. They showed off a digital twin of San Francisco. This digital twin looks like San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
It's something you can walk around from here, if I put it in here, right? And yeah, the data is crazy because as you walk outside today, you'll never look at the sky again because they have satellites that can look at you with a radar through smoke and fire and clouds and see sort of you walking around with just that data, and that gets put on the digital twin, right? And soon we are going to have virtual beings. The virtual beings that are coming are going to be fucking stunning. I've already talked to a Donald Trump virtual being. He would sit in the chair like you are over there, and I would talk with him. Now, what was interesting about that was this digital twin Donald Trump, not the real Donald Trump, real Donald Trump hopefully is in the Oval Office somewhere, right? But the digital twin that's sitting over here has a real interesting effect. Stanford University's Jeremy Billington says, first of all, if you see a virtual digital twin like that, you're going to treat it as real. Your human mind buys into it. And that's also true. There's a company in San Francisco that made a virtual dog, and they found the same thing. That we treat the dog, a virtual dog, an animated dog, that's real. But this digital twin of Donald Trump that was talking to me was real time. Knew exactly what the real Donald Trump was doing in the White House at that moment, because underneath it, it has thousands of AI agents that's doing RAG on the internet, finding out everything that's going on in the world. And you can talk to this Donald Trump. Now think about that as a newscaster or a weather person or anything in your world. 5 years from now, you're going to have committees of these digital twins, virtual beings around you, helping you buy wine, right? Hey, where's my sommelier? And a sommelier will show up, and the chef will show up and help you pick wine at the grocery store in your glasses. Because they have to.
So what would happen if you don't treat it as the real character or the real person in real life?
Well, the Stanford University's research found that people do treat it as real. In fact, if you see a Donald Trump sitting in that chair over there, you won't sit in the chair because you think there's something real sitting in the chair.
It's called the light. I just wanted you to know that it was coined in 1965 when they first came out with the first NLP. You know that, right? Yeah. Called ELIZA. And everyone that's used it, I put it on my website so people could use it. They want to chat with it. This is the 1965 version that's not AI led, and they still tell it everything like it's a psychiatrist. Things that you would never tell another human being because it creates a psychological, emotional bond. And I know that we haven't talked about this, but this is one of the things that has to be paramount on our mind when we create these things, is the harmful potentials for designing things that people instantly confuse with humans or human-like things. And so not only does it have very positive benefits, but we need to be very careful about making sure that people are aware that they're not talking to you.
There was another demo that Jeremy Billington had me do at Stanford University. He runs the VR research group at Stanford. And a lot of us have done it. It's called the plank, right? And I saw it on YouTube. I prepared for this. I knew what was coming. I knew I was in, my reality was a conference room floor like this with 3 people standing around me. I knew I wasn't gonna fall or anything like that. Put me in a VR headset. I'm walking in this grass field with a plank. I walk out and I say, okay, this is easy. Then the grass falls away. And worse, Jeremy has a subwoofer under the floor, shakes the floor a little. And so my rational mind knows I'm in a real conference room floor with people standing around me. My subconscious is get the fuck off the plank, right? And I sure did, even though I knew what was coming. That's how powerful these technologies are, to hijack your brain and take you into another reality very deeply and do all sorts of weird things with you.
Oh, great. I feel all of you just answered the second question, so thank you so much. So going more into the creative side of that. So how do you think storytelling and narrative design need to evolve in XR so that presence is meaningful, not just visual or sensory realism, but emotional one? What are the techniques you've found effective to let people feel they are inside the experience emotionally and not only physically?
I have an example of this. People are really interesting. So in an XR experience, I really wanted to add a cat and have a kitty. And I was like, everyone likes cats. I was younger. I now know better. Not everyone likes cats. And what's really fascinating is people inherit their fears of their family. And so the mom would come in and they can't see each other at all. They're entirely occluded, backpacks on. The mom would touch the cat and freak out and be like, ah, it's a cat, and then run away. And then the kids couldn't hear, their ears were covered, their face was covered. The minute the cat got on the screen, they all avoided it and went to the other side. And so just understanding that humanity and story and all of these moments, we need to connect with people and also understand each person has their own lived experience. And so that's where observing and modifying and making sure it's resonant and also respectful of their lived behavior. So I wouldn't want to put a closet with the cat so they couldn't escape because those people are scared of it. So that would be mean. And so instead we have an open space where they can redirect. And so just being aware of those implications that can come with humanity storytelling.
At South by Southwest, somebody put me in a VR headset and put me in a shower and then committed a murder right in front of me. And Jeremy Billingson taught me about some of these things. Number one, our human mind, if we experience something like that in VR, we treat it as real.
Yeah.
That's seen as very vivid in my head 8-9 years later, right? And what was interesting was I could see the whole scene, which you don't get to see on a movie murder or something like that. But looking down, I saw the blood draining underneath my feet down to the drain, and it was very memorable as well. So when you're immersed in a whole new system like this, you can play with things in a whole spectrum of ways, from cats to murders, right? And it leads to a whole bunch of new human problems, because that does get remembered. The empathy machine that you talked about in your talk, Jeremy made me a small black child. And that was also very similarly memorable, because this child was experiencing racism, and it was like I was experiencing the racism myself as a black child in class, right? It's sort of like this, right? And that was very memorable as well. And that leads you to have empathy for different people or different things. Chris Milk put me in and made me a bird, and I was flying in VR with my hands. And I watched 100 people do this at Sundance Film Festival. Everybody realized they were a bird within 1 second, right? And started flapping their arms and flying, right? So we can embody ourselves into birds, toads, right? And that can help us tell lots of new kinds of stories.
I mean, I agree with all of you. Imagining your world is like this reality and the space to really become back into this reality and be responsible, or like just be awake to do whatever it takes. And as long as we treat the imaginary worlds as a reality, then the whole world can change. Thank you so much all for your insights. We really need to jump into Q&A, and I have seen you that you have.
Yeah, there's one.
He went all
Sure.
earlier.
So the question is, how do you capture some of this empathy that you actually show in the real world into this virtual world? Is the technology kind of evolving to the point that, so that it would actually personify you as a person with real emotions in the real that, because if you don't complete that part of the equation, everything is right?
I'd love to share it with you. They have EV models now, emotional voice models that respond to communication and to your emotional input. I just got done building an Ormir, which is one of the open source things on my GitHub, which was a large screen TV that read 183 emotional factors, and did feedback and moods and so forth. And it's hyper accurate. So,
Go to Grok or ChatGPT, ask it, make a digital twin of Robert Scoble, and have it interview the digital twin of you about what you care about. I've done that to dozens of people, and it's right on point. So the base LLM understands me very deeply. It understands me deeper than I understand myself, because I did 220,000 posts on X and 20 years of blogging and writing books and being in the media, right? So the LLM, when it got trained by all the data, knows me. I'm in latent space. They call it. I'm a virus inside the LLM. You can't get rid of me. But this is the base foundation of virtual beings that we're going to get next year, where you can create a virtual being of yourself, or a sommelier, or a chef, or a president for your board of directors, because you're going to have virtual beings being advisors for your agents and for yourself at work. This is a new thing I'm seeing a lot of the bleeding edge San Francisco people creating, right? Our digital twins that are running their agentic system and helping their agents do tasks like research and watching their sales reports and stuff.
And from the developer side and the creation side, I've done voiceovers for scripts, and you can clearly put like the different emotions at like different parts if you want to act scared or act excited or such as that. And it's really easy to add in. And that, along with animations that can also be generated with emotions, it's pretty easy to do.
Okay. I think so we have 2 more questions over there as well. And yeah.
Oh, you don't have an answer? Okay.
No.
I'll go real quick.
First, I'll ask a very short question. How many people say thank you when Siri tells them something? Because I do.
Guilty.
There you go. Okay. My question really though is, we've seen bad actors get hold of AI models. We've seen bad actors get hold of machine learning. What happens when they get hold of this, which I'm sure they're already doing?
Mayhem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prisons, torture, terrorists,
Stanford University.
military.
There's a new misinformation coming because if you
The
experience,
Manchurian candidate.
if you experience something in VR, like in a heads like that, you treat it as real. And if it's misinformation, if it's a created scene, and we're getting some new things like Google Genie 3 that can create anything your mind can come up with. Hey, I want to be skiing in the Swiss Alps in deep powder. All of a sudden it creates a game for you and you're skiing in deep powder, right? That is going to create a memorable experience for you, and you're going to remember it as if it was real, because it looks real and it acts real and it's like
Yeah, I'm
skiing in the
excited
Swiss
and
Alps.
terrified.
You should be. This is a crazy new world, and we are just opening a Pandora box on all sorts of new trouble for human beings.
Yep.
I'll keep it brief, but I was contacted very, very early on AI governance, actually, and it is something I believe very much in. And I would really encourage anyone, I'll give a pitch. Dekai didn't ask me to do this, but if the book that is out, reading that, because there is a lot on governance that's applicable to everyday people, not as much high-level technologists, but it is the want to steward that governance to create a safer world, and bad actors are a part of that calculation.
I don't know if you covered this, it's very fascinating. But where do you have the holographic universe? It reminds me of the holographic universe, the way quantum consciousness is patterned through human consciousness. And then the way we interact feels like that bridge is being gapped by some of this technology. Holographic universe.
What's the question about the holographic universe?
You see the holographic universe at work here. You see shortening. Do you agree with that?
All right. So this that we're experiencing here is analog reality, right? Once I put this Apple Vision Pro on, it creates a digital version of this reality. It looks like this. It's a little less sharp. It looks like this. The lights aren't good. You know, it's a little bit, I know, but it looks sort of like this. I can see you, I can see you, and I can see you, and it looks, but it's close enough for a video game, you know, or an experience. No, but not yet.
Close.
Close. It's 5K chips. Wait until it's 12K chips in front of your eyes, and it'll get pretty good.
True.
But anyways, we're creating a digital reality, a copy of this reality. And once you're in the digital reality, everything is volumetric pixels. And every one of those volumetric pixels that makes up this reality can be changed. The flora can be changed. I can turn my dial and I'm in Yosemite National Park instead of looking at you. But it cuts out people I'm talking to, so I can still see you even though I'm in Yosemite National Park in this. right? It's a completely infinite set of realities coming once you put a headset on like this. Problem is, it hurts you. It's heavy, and it costs $4,000.
It's not there.
And
It's not
glasses.
there, and like you said, it's only 5K chips in front of your eyes.
Messes with my eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes one of my eyes start to twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's early days. It's like the Macintosh One. It hurts you. And so I'm looking at the world where it doesn't hurt you, or the world 15, 20 years from now when we get a brain-computer interface that can write a reality into our mind. Ooh, that is a fancy world. Then we are into the singularity, post-singularity world, and that's a real weird world to start thinking.
Thank you, Robert. Alan, would you like to reflect from your robotic experience? Let's have it like everyone share the last share because this will be the last question.
Sure. I was going to say that I feel like it's a perfect juncture now for worlds that we know are not real. Like Marissa was talking about, which we can use direct biofeedback mechanisms, not only improve our emotional state, but our ability to communicate and be healthy. I think that there's very direct health benefits immediately available by such direct biofeedback, and then someone that's a little bit autistic like me is even more prone to responding to such things. It's actually better for someone like me to have patterning like that. Even some of the lights are really good for me. So there's lots there. And I don't think we're at the point where we really have to worry about you being fooled about your mother calling you up and it's not your mother, but we're at the point where we need to start addressing digital IDs and imprints. And we will need to start assigning identification cards to our agents, just like we do here. That's my thought on that. Oh, the robotics. But anyways, bridging all of that wonderful stuff. What I'm working on is having real humans do real tasks in real time that we record so that the robots can replicate them later. So the robots don't make up the world that they live in. We make up the world that they live in. So the VR, XR world that you end up experiencing is designed by humans, not by AI.
Ooh, thank you so much for ending it with talking about humans. Yes.
Humans rule for a while.
Alan, I am very proud that I have a robot story, although it's not what you think. So speaking of the Holo, I've actually given talks in VR, and I was embodied as a robot when I gave the talk. And then there were servers, and those servers were mirrored, and those mirrored were all connections and bridges to rooms of other people. So by the time I propagated, I think there were like, I don't know, 5,000 people or something across the servers. And so you can create really interesting things, but also I think as inventors or innovators, we always look for bridges and connections, and Holo to me like has so many different layers. So I use that as an added layer to immersive and bridging those connections and as transmedia, and also as we were talking about the interconnectivity of these replicants, you could say.
And if you also touch a little bit about design as well.
Which part?
The art design.
I mean, I like glowy things.
Like production future things.
Things I'm afraid of. I mean, I think I actually have a whole entire set of studies based on projection mapping and holograms and lighting, and I did not show those today because they're very, very early prototyped recordings. However, I think it's very exciting. I think immersive, if you can look up James Turrell, it is one of my favorite installations. Unfortunately, they closed the one in Vegas, but it simulated whiteout conditions. And it had lighting that did cycles. And it created this otherworldly aspect because you go into a blind out condition where everything looks, but it changes the way that you view the design.
Right, you already have your first beta tester, so.
The whiteout room freaks me out.
Wait, please share your opinion and then talk about the vibe.
You like
and
patterns?
everything about our physicality and the future of that.
Sure. Just going back to digital twins. I know Niantic has their VPSP system where you can track with a mapped out place. You can track exactly where you are, and they're like crowdsourcing. Anyone could download the app, take a digital twin of the environment, and you have all these different locations. And once we have enough, we just jump from one to another. I think that's crazy. But I think another part of that is what you were saying is something that is not part of our reality. It's more of like what excites me is like the things that you can't see. Well, there's this app on the Quest Store where you can just see, you can walk around the room and see your Wi-Fi signal, and that's something that you don't imagine visualizing.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I think it's those things that change your perception of the world that really make an impact.
Thanks so much. All right, that was all for this talk.
Like, no.
And just a reminder, everyone, when you go home today, please watch Foster X. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And now I'd like to invite Camilla Chan, and Joyce King, and Melissa O, and who else? Oh, she knows first. Yeah, so Camilla Chan, we're honored to have you here, out of Harvard, top 10 women in cybersecurity. And she'll be talking about a brand new implementation that will put AI under hardware so that the AI can search your device for zero-day attacks before they show up.
I think I've met her before. Memory's messy, but
Yeah.
I've seen her somewhere in the world. Just in the street, you know, so it's nice to see you.
The screen
The screen?
is not working. It doesn't show. It's supposed it's automatically should be shown. Yeah. It can be C as well, but I use the HDMI. So C.
This one's been working.
Well said.
Oh, thank
Thank
you.
you.
But it doesn't show.
Yeah, recording
So,
humans so that
for your-
we
For your
control
mirror,
the reality that we see.
Did you buy it?
Of course, yeah.
Yes.
But
Okay, good.
why is
From
that?
experts like you, right? Because sometimes you come into these talks, you don't know, but when
Um,
you hear someone that's
so
doing
far,
it, living
yeah, so
it,
far, so
it
good.
gives you a little more hope.
Everything said the expert part. We just servo repair level 39. Just the guy in the red shirt on the ground. I'm gonna die soon.
Thank you. I did get one before.
Wait, you already got one?
I don't know
One
why.
there. What is it for?
It's just normal sticker for nothing.
Oh, sticker.
Is
Okay,
it?
I love it.
You already got one?
I already have one.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
So, where it says like, screen mirroring, what is? For the display. Yeah. You see that? All right. Click on that option.
This one is
Yeah.
duplicate.
All right. Well, the next speaker's getting ready. I just posted a bit about her. We brought her on the stream a couple hours ago. We had well over 1,000 people watching live due to Robert Scoble sharing it this morning. And then somehow when I transitioned after our Beachside Tech Talk, it turned off. I'm not actually sure what I did, but I assume I made some sort of mistake, which is always a learning experience. Always be careful. Don't let the live stream end on accident. But Robert just jumped off the panel, so I'll ask him to share it again so we can reach his audience. And he's down for that. I imagine he is, since he's the speaker in about an hour. I'll go live in an hour and a half or so. Really excited about the talk I'm going to share. And I just figured since we're waiting for the talk, the person to start, I can just chat with you for a moment. Son, you want to say anything to anybody? They're right here. Talk.
Hello, party people. Today has been. Wait, Dad, is there a mic?
It's just the mic.
Today's been very, very impactful. I think I was extremely surprised to see so many heavy hitters here. It is amazing how genius these people are in their fields. I really didn't think that this was even possible to make a small event like this happen. So it's pretty cool we're actually sharing this live to all of you. I think you're pretty lucky right now because this is one of those moments where it's like I really don't want to miss it. Everything that's being said is really, really important. But there's always going to be things happening in the world that are impactful. And I think the hard part is finding them. Personally, that's what I've thought of a lot about recently. Like, I know that there's always something important happening. It's being made, but how do I find it? That's one of the questions I've always had. Dad, what's happening now?
I just keep talking to them. They want to hear what you have to say.
Okay. How are you? Now Kent doesn't want to say anything. Well, I'll just go back to what I was saying. I think that it's amazing that there's always amazing things happening out there in the world somewhere. I mean, look at the parallel between back when you have maybe a few philosophers in the entire world. Philosophy isn't even really something people engage in because you have to worry about if you're able to make enough food, if you're able to even survive. And so now that we live in this world where we have philosophers and engineers and scientists, people who dedicate their entire life and well-being to creating new ideas, it's amazing. Just that one thing. People dedicate their life to making new ideas. That's something you can do now. And I know that there's 8 billion people in the world. There's something that happens that's impactful every day. And so that's something I've always wanted to figure out. How can I find those things myself? I mean, if you have an answer online, maybe you should mention it. But there's plenty of things just here that I didn't even know were possible. I just learned more about the whole reality of AR and VR stuff. It's amazing everything that can go on with that. I think we're about to get started again. So, Dad.
Take a seat. Another channel ready to go.
Well, if you have questions, you can post them in the comments. We'll probably see them. I invited Dan and Nigel to come back in a couple hours after my talk. We'll do an actual tour of the robotic space. And the gal's getting ready to start. So I'm going to switch her microphone over, give her the power, and put her on. Here we go.
The CEO of the Expo a cybersecurity company using in the AI power hardware-based solutions. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this conference. I'm truly honored and excited to be here. So let's start with one simple word here. Trust. Trust is what holds everything together. Our transactions, our personal data, or even the AI model that we are beginning to rely on. But here is the challenge. So in digital world, we often trust too easily, right? We just simply click, we swipe, we log in without thinking twice. And that's exactly why I'm here today, because trust is under attack. So the way that we protect it has to be fundamentally changed. And in a moment, I will show you where the real foundations of the trust begin. So what is the reality today? This year alone, we will spend over 183 billion globally on cybersecurity. But here is the question. Does anyone here feel safer? Do you? So the truth is, despite of all the investment, cybercrime is predicted to cost us 10.5 trillion this year. The message is very clear. Hackers are outsmarting us faster than we can defend. And you do not have to look far. For example, the crypto and the fintech world has been hit repeatedly. From exchange losing millions to user records flooding to the dark web. And honestly, there's no surprise. The pot of gold for hacker is huge. And our world is becoming more and more connected every single day. With digitalization accelerating, the attack surface is larger than ever. And that raises an important question here. So if the way that we live and work has been changed so drastically, shouldn't the way that we protect ourselves change too? And relying on the same old method in a completely new environment, that will always leave us behind. So it is time for us to rethink the approach. And let's be real, AI is a double-edged sword. So on the bright side, it is a dream for the builders like you and me, smarter predictions, faster automations, or even the model that are unlocking breakthrough in the healthcare, finance, even crypto. But here's the flip side. The attacker get the same superpower. So AI is digging out zero-day exploit. It is automating the hacks faster than we can blink. And look at the deepfake scam. They have exploded up to 1,700 in the North America last year, and draining billions. So the challenge isn't about the AI itself. The challenge is how we really close the gaps and build the resilience for this new reality. And here's the case from this July. A malware called JSU. It looked harmless and it hid inside the ordinary software installer, spread through 35,000 paid ads, and even the ads on the social media that impersonated popular trading platform. And people just downloaded it without a second thought. So once it was in, it went totally quiet. And here is the truth. You don't need to run a big exchange to be a target. Your own laptop, your own mobile, that's enough. And now look at the step 3. So the tab, this is exactly the point where the hardware security changed the games. Because at the physical layer, every action will leave a trace. So when JSU try to access the wallet file in the memory, the hardware would have recognized the anomalous activities instantly and flag it and lock down the system. And theft never happens. The attacker get nothing. Your assets still stay safe. And that is the power of embedding security directly into the hardware. It sees what software can, and it stops the breach before the damage is done. But first, I do want to share, while all this sounds very scary, right? But I wanted to take us towards a positive ending where we can all take actions. By the end of these keynotes, I hope that you will have a clearer understanding of how we can collectively secure our digital future as human taking action. So let's first look at the gaps in our current security approach. So it's like a policeman checking the faces against the wanted list. And that work only for the known criminals. But what about the first-time offender? Or someone who go for plastic surgery, change their identity, they slip through and become invisible, right? That's how signatures-based security work today. Reactive, dependence on yesterday database, and if the credentials are stolen or disguised, it fails. And this is why we need a different approach here. Software protections is like looking at the surface level. So everything seems normal, a friendly face, a calm conversation, but the danger can hide beneath the smile. And that's why attackers, they slip past the traditional defenses. And now imagine if you have a polygraph test, it pick out what you can't see. The heartbeat racing, the blood pressure rising, the breathing spiking. So that's how hardware security works. It looks beneath the surface, it sends the hidden signal in real time. All right, now let's bring this back to the cybersecurity landscape here. So the yellow layer here are what software protects, the outer surface. And the pink layer is the hardware. That is where your data actually live. And for decades, security has focusing on the outside. And yes, hardware has focused with the encryption engine and the keys. But those are the static. And they log the data at rest. But they don't see what is happening in real time. Whereby our approach is very different. At the physical layer, we make the hardware dynamic. So it will continue monitoring, detecting, and protecting end-to-end, right where the data is stored. So the answer isn't about choosing software or hardware. It is combining both. That's how we achieve a holistic security. Most breaches, they just started with a very simple mistake. I think everybody could probably make the mistake. Clicking on the phishing email, suspicious email, downloading an unsecured file, or even accessing the unknown links, right? So traditional cybersecurity solutions, they are highly effective at combating the known threats. And they primarily protect us at the external parameters. And they have to deal with tons of ever-changing uncertainties. But a system must be compromised before a threat can be added to the database. So before the compromise happens, these are what we call zero-day threats. This is the biggest problem that we face today, the zero-day attack. And organizations keep failing to stop them because the old model relies on the database. And the database only know yesterday threats. That means security teams are always reacting. And by the time the patch is issued, the damage is already done. Data stolen, system compromised, and trust broken. So the question is, shouldn't the future of cybersecurity finally solve the zero-day problem? This is where the architecture change. By embedding the AI inside the hardware, we immediately limit the battlefield. and the environment is locked down. And when you shrink the environment, the threats will drop dramatically. And at the physical layer, every action will leave a trace. Malware, they can disguise themselves in the software, but it can't hide what they are doing in the memory or storage. And AI in the hardware, they are able to see those signals in real time and shut down before the damage is done. So think about securing your home here. Would you feel safe just relying on the camera at the front door or relying on the police patrol? I guess not, right? That's why for the things that we value the most, we lock them in a vault. So even if a burglar, they slip past the camera or climb through a window, the vault will stop them cold. So that's exactly what hardware security does. It protects your most valuable property, and here is your data and the system, no matter how attacker they are trying to get in. And you must be wondering why hardware? What makes it different from software? Because hacker go straight for the memory. That is where your data live. That is where your system settings are stored. And it is pot of gold. And the problem is, the physical layer today is mostly static, just key and the encryption. It doesn't see malware, ransomware, or memory dumping happening in the real time. That's why we embed the AI directly into the hardware, and it makes the memory intelligence, watching, detecting, and blocking the attacks the moment they start. And second, hardware operates in a fixed environment with a well-defined protocol. So it's like you are walking into a bank. There are clear steps that you have to follow in order for you to withdraw cash, right? So anything that outside that process, security flag it instantly. And now imagine embedding AI at this layer in such a known environment with a strict rules. AI can detect the anomalies in real time automatically without human interventions. No update is required. And finally, hardware run as an independent system. It manages security is in its own isolated system. So it manages the security in such a closed environment without disrupting your normal operations. So think of it like an auditor. They watch every single move, but they are not interfering in the process. It is because it is separated, it can't be manipulated by the attacker in the system or within the system. Maybe allow me expand on why independence matters. Software security is complex. It stacks layers and depends on the flawless configuration. But when security as part of the process, one mistake that can take down the whole system. And remember, the BSOD crash from a major cybersecurity vendor last year. I'm not sure you still remember. Yeah, so that was security software misfiring and it collapsed everything. Hardware doesn't face this risk. It runs totally independently without disrupting your existing operation. And I'm sure that online or here, if there's any CISO, CTO, or even CEO would have agreed with me that that really makes life a lot easier. So what does this mean for the future of cybersecurity? It means we need a segregated, holistic approach because not all the threats are the same. Software will continue to handle the external challenges and stopping the non-threats and monitoring the environment and protecting where the human interact, like phishing, like social engineering attack. But data and system that is live inside the physical layer. And for such an inner core asset, software alone cannot protect them. So this is where AI embedded hardware come in, safeguarding the data and the system integrity from ransomware, memory attack, and the zero-day exploit. So in short, we can't apply one-size-fits-all approach. Software continue guard the outside, and hardware will secure the inside. Together, they will form architectures that hacker can't escape. At this point, you might be wondering, why us? Why X5? Why are we approaching the cybersecurity from such a unique angle? So the answer goes back to our root. We have been a NAND storage solutions provider since 2007, building a strong expertise in how the data is managed inside the memory, right at the physical layer. That is where everything truly resides. So that foundation is what allowed us to innovate. And from that expertise, we created the X5, embedding the AI directly into the hardware, and the world has taken notice. We've been recognized globally with the award, including the Worldwide Intellectual Property Award for the Global Awards. And we were also invited to the White House to showcase our innovation alongside the leading names in cybersecurity. So this journey is what makes us confident that we are not just creating another tool. We are redefining the foundation of cybersecurity. Before I close, let me leave you with this. At X5, we already have a hardware-rooted solution for endpoint, for server, and even for real-time deepfake detections on the device. But we are not here just to sell product. We are building the ecosystem, one that where software sits on top of a secure, intelligence, independent hardware foundation. So if you are a channel partner, a technical innovator, or an adopter that looking to shape the future of cybersecurity, I invite you to join us. Together, we can create the next era of trust and resilience in the digital world. And if you are keen to continue this conversation, you may scan my LinkedIn QR code here and connect with me directly. Thank you.
Right after.
Are we coming up? Panel up?
Just a commercial application? Just for like servers and things, you don't have that like home solution.
At this point, we are more focusing on the enterprise application. Yeah. So you can, it go with like laptop, server, yeah, and also some of the industrial applications for the different hardware system. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, now let's expand the conversation with Camillea's panel. Would you like to do the intros?
Rahul, the moderator. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your time today. So welcome to the panel. The title of the panel is Restoring Trust in the Digital Age. And we're going to explore in this panel how trust is built and often eroded and across the dimensions of technology, online safety, and also investments. So I will, my name is Rahul Santhi. I'm with Deutsche Bank in the investment banking team. I work with a lot of companies, both big and small, helping them with capital raising, M&A, and strategic advisory.
And I'm going to hand over the mic to each of the panelists to introduce themselves, starting with maybe Jocelyn, you.
Perfect. Well, hello, everyone. So great to be here and so great to thank you, Cam, for inviting me because this is such an important topic. My name is Jocelyn King. I'm Jocelyn King. I'm known as the Queen of Online Safety. And I have over a decade of cybersecurity experience, but prior to that, over a decade in semiconductor. So hardware and software I bridged. I now focus on the human element. And I'm CEO and founder of Smarter Online Safety, where I like to leverage my having been awarded a top 10 woman in cybersecurity to get the word out there to help educate people, consumers, how to stay safe online, especially in this AI cybercrime world that we're living in. But I also work with executives and CEOs to protect them and their inner circles and go into companies and give keynotes and all of that, because it's really about so much of what you did today, educating people about what the realities are, and then giving people practical ways to solve them. That's what I do.
Maybe Melissa, you can introduce yourself.
Well, thanks everyone. It's great to be here. And I'm Melissa O. I run TGY Advisors, a consulting and advisory firm for helping startups access government markets. But prior to that, I spent over 20 years at the Department of Homeland Security, funding and collaborating with technology providers, researchers, academia on developing capabilities and solutions to help our public safety and security mission. And the last 10 years focused on really helping startups find a way to partner with them and access areas like cybersecurity, aviation security, and public safety.
Thank you. So Cam, thank you so much for your insightful talk. Maybe I'll kick off this panel by asking you, why is hardware ignored in cybersecurity? Why is it mainly software based right now?
Okay. For decades, we have relied on the software to safeguard us, and for good reason. Software is flexible, easy to deploy, and easy to scale. So that is where the investment money will go, and innovation will continue to follow. So naturally, the cybersecurity dollars will have to go into the software. Yeah. But we understand that software is reactive by design. And it depends on updates, patches, and human actions. It's kind of like a never-ending games, right? And it operates, more importantly, it's operate in an ever-changing, evolving environment. Always have to reacting to whatever the attacker come up with next. So meanwhile, the attack surface has grown massively with digitalization. The attacker have evolved too, not just in the technology, but also in the business model. And hacker, like for example, ransomware as a service is a perfect example. So hacker only need to write once and to get the lucrative reward, right? And defender side, you have to ensure that you are right every single time. Yeah, hackers see this and continue to exploit the human error at scale. So this is why things must change. We need to shift the advantage back to the defender. And the way to do it is to lock down the security at the hardware layer. So the physical environment, that is where our data and system setting actually reside. So by embedding such a dynamic AI-driven detection directly into the hardware, we can create a stable, independent foundations that attacker they can't manipulate it. So this, I'm not here to say that it's going to replace software, but it complements it. And software will continue to adapt on the outside and maintaining the threats library and protecting against the known risks. But the hardware will secure the inside, delivering the real-time detections at the physical layer. And together, they create the architectures that we need for the future of cybersecurity.
Got it. So I guess you were saying security should be sort of reimagined from the ground up, but is that just enough? I think, should we maybe use like a multi-layered approach, and especially considering the human element, and maybe Jocelyn, you can comment on that.
Sure. Well, in fact, I was thinking it's about the multiple layers. No single layer is going to protect you. Not the human by itself, not even the hardware by itself, but not software, but hardware is grossly underrepresented. There's 4,000 cybersecurity companies in the US alone, 24,000 globally. Very few of those are hardware, certainly doing the types of things that Cam and her company are doing. And so it's been left out. And I think part of why it's left out too, when you picture a hoodie and a hacker, you're not picturing them working on a PCB board. You're picturing them with hands on keyboards. And so we always associate the hacks from the software. I worked at Intel, I've worked at all these other semiconductor companies, and one of the funny things about hardware companies is you always have more software engineers at a hardware company than hardware engineers. But it means that we put more focus on software and to not give the right amount of emphasis on the importance of the physical layer, of the hardware layer, is partly why we're in the challenges we have now. I mean, how long we've been here today? Every 2.5 hours, a company is hacked again. At a $4.88 million level. Except the ones being hacked today aren't going to know for 204 days because that's the average time, and then it takes another 3 months of containment. And then what does that mean? Their data is getting out. I was at a Silicon Valley company when the FBI came calling to say we'd been hacked 6 months prior, and our IP was gone, and where it went was not good. And so if you don't, the company doesn't even know, and the government's coming to tell you, and then at the consumer level, all the data of customers and users that is stolen and sold on not on dark web. Watch, your items and mine are, sold like flea market items on eBay, and that's why every 37 seconds there's another victim of cybercrime at the consumer level. So all of this means we need to be doing better, and we've been ignoring the physical layer.
Got it. That's a great bridge between sort of technology and people. Moving to the investment side, Melissa, maybe you can talk about like what has been sort of the blind spot as it comes to investments in cybersecurity.
Yeah, no, I think just to echo what's already been said, right? I think blind spots are, while compliance, a lot of what we've been focused on in cybersecurity has been how do we check the box? How do we address what we already know, as Cam's mentioned? But prevention is an area that I think is a blind spot. I think also resilience, being a resilience-minded environment is critical, where we need to be thinking about how do we actually address our world if we are attacked, right? And so I think that's a piece that's been a blind spot. I mean, if you think about your home, right? Like the layers of defense that you want to put in place, it's not just at the perimeter, but it's also inside, but it's also like, what do you do if something happens, right? So resilience, prevention, detection, these are all various layers that we also need to keep in mind as our attack surface, as our own personal data is becoming more and more available to attackers and to those that are trying to enrich themselves.
Got it. And so, Melissa, following up on that, why do you think sort of detection is at the forefront instead of prevention for organizations?
Well, I think as Cam's mentioned, detection is a little bit flashier, right? It's a little sexier. You've been able to catch things, but also I think it's a reactive mindset. It's something happened, we need to fix that, right? And so whereas prevention is hard, it's not as flashy, the ROIs are less. I mean, it's just like in security, right? When it comes to public safety, you don't actually know that you've prevented a bad guy from doing something unless you actually knew and caught them in advance through intelligence and that sort of thing. So I think that getting to a prevention, while detection, I wouldn't necessarily consider it an overinvestment, but I think that we also have been underinvesting in prevention. And so I think the beauty is, and the opportunity is where we combine both detection and prevention.
Got it. Very helpful. Cam, for you, you mentioned, looking into the future, obviously AI is the future, and you mentioned embedding AI in hardware. Can you talk about how that helps with cybersecurity?
Okay, so immediately if we embed the AI directly into the hardware, we are able to achieve to be proactive and autonomously, which means that they operate in the, we have to understand that the weaknesses of the inherent weaknesses of the software, because they operate in the same plane as the workload that they are trying to protect. And attacker, they can just tamper with or bypass these defenses. And especially when the threat is unknown or a 0 day. So when AI is embedded inside the hardware, the security engine is isolated in its own secure environment. It doesn't depend on the patches or signature or even the OS update. So instead, it will constantly monitor the system activities at the physical layer. That is the actual flow of the data, the access pattern, and also the commands. So it's something that deviates from the safe behavior. The hardware AI, they can instantly add on it and lock down or even kill the malicious process or cut off the access. So maybe let me give you a simple analogy here. So imagine that if you lost your key, your house key, or someone has stolen it, they can just walk right in, no alarm, no resistance. And if no one at home, they can just quickly move your variables out of the door, right? And now here, with embedded AI in the hardware, that will change the game, because the moment when the thief, they start moving your variables, the system will sense it and lock the door instantly. So in cyber world, that in cyber terms, that is when ransomware, they started to encrypting or exfiltrating your data. And our X5 hardware detect that behavior in real time and shut it down before the damage is done. And more importantly is because it happened in the memory, that is where your data and the system actually live. Software, they can be bypassed or tricked, but at the physical layer, every action will leave a trace. So just like a polygraph that I mentioned during my keynotes, you cannot hide. That's the power of embedding AI into the hardware itself. It doesn't just guard the door, it protects the data and the system inside, whether it's known threats or unknown threats in real time. This is why this shift is so critical if we wanted to stop the 0-day attack.
Got it. And you mentioned that AI is a double-edged sword. So AI also creates a lot of issues, especially at the human level. So maybe Jocelyn, you can talk about what are the challenges that AI creates for sort of human protection and online safety.
Yeah, and I think the last panel was queued us up perfectly, because when Alan and Robert were talking about, how the perfect accuracy, some of us were seeing, AI cloned images of people in conversation a year ago. And there was this noticeable delay in its response time. And that's exactly what Robert and I'm talking about, is that's gone. And imagine where it's going to be 12 months from now. Because too much of cybersecurity at the company level, at the human level, at the government level, still relies on a certain amount of human verification. And now with AI, our ability as humans to spot things, which already we don't have a track record, if I didn't make it clear by the statistics I mentioned. But besides that, now it's going to go away, because just like they were talking about, you're in a whiteout condition, or you watch a murder, or you experience a beautiful, something, your senses believe what you're seeing.
Right.
So AI, and now, besides ransomware as a service, you've now got, DAS, right? So deepfakes as a service, $99 subscription. Cybercrime investors making good money. And so it's coming, and it's already here, but it's coming to everybody. And the biggest challenge with this is that 0-day is, it's not only bad from the time it's exposed until it's closed, but you've got this long tail of the fact that companies and individuals aren't updating. I can't tell you how many people I train who are like, oh, I keep putting off my software updates. And it's like, well, let me just tell you what's happened in that window. Whether you're a company or an individual at home, the weakness has been published along with that. So now every hacker on the planet and every wannabe hacker can read what the weakness is, look for somebody who hasn't updated it yet, and there's your attack surface. So they've just published that what your weakness is. So 0-day is important. So what we really need is something that can override the human element to protect us from ourselves and to protect our companies from our employees and protect us as individuals from the people in our trust circle who are going to be duped by these deepfakes because it's already happening, and it only takes, the saying we have in cybersecurity, the bad guys only have to be right once.
Yeah.
It's true.
Got it. Thank you. The topic of the panel is sort of rebuilding trust. So Cam, what is your definition of restoring trust? What does it mean for you?
Trust. Trust in the digital world means trust no one and verify everything. Yeah, and especially at the human age, that means that when you do something, you have to pause before you act. So to think about whether this request is legit or does it sound very urgent or unusual. So if like maybe CEO email you for a wire transfer, don't just reply, but call a second source to confirm. Or even if you look at a link that looks slightly off, don't just click, but check through another channel. That's how we avoid falling into the social engineering trap. But deep down inside, where our data and system actually live, we cannot just depending on human judgment. That's where hardware-based intelligence can come in. And at this layer, basically the hardware solutions, it trusts no one. It's totally, truly 0-day, zero trust kind of infrastructures. So it will detect anomalies in memory or storage, and it will protect autonomously. Even when we human make a mistake, it will protect us. So for me, restoring trust means that anything that about human, we have to verify and trust no one and let the hardware secure the core. That's how we get a peace in mind where the attacker, since that they only need to be right once. Yeah.
Got it. And Jocelyn, maybe you can talk about like how do we address those risks that come from the human element?
So one thing about zero trust for us as humans, most people, it's a common term in cybersecurity, and it's a term that people outside of cybersecurity, bristle at, and I understand why. But if you think about it, there's the positive aspect of it that you think about. I mean, if you're a parent, you want to have zero trust that your child won't fall off of a high space, so you protect them from that. If you have a dog or you have a fence because you don't trust that they're not going to run out in the street and get hit by a car. So it's a protective element, and companies and people need to have zero trust around, again, protecting us from ourselves. But I think the number one thing about behavioral is, like the MGM attack that took down MGM for the 10-day period and stuff was from one call from the hacker group to the help desk to get a password change, masquerading as an employee, from just the simple information that was available on the employee's LinkedIn profile. That got them passed through security. So when you think about the vulnerabilities, that's why it's so critically important that that we have to acknowledge the weaknesses we have, the vulnerabilities we have in our human element, and and protect ourselves from it. And that's why we have to have the redundancies.
Yeah.
We have to have not just the right access controls and thinking about who's got access to what in our personal life and our business and our employees and everything, but we also have to be thinking about our systems. And when you can add something at the like hardware level that helps create that, it's literally like your dog's running out in the street and something stops it. That's good. That's what we need, more of that, because otherwise your odds, are not as good. You want to keep increasing your odds. What is the old thing about an ISP? Like the uptime of, I can't remember the exact numbers, but 99.99% uptime is what, 4 hours of downtime a year? That's equivalent of like how many breaches? Okay, right, 5 nines. And if you do 4 nines, they're down for 3 days, right? It's the same thing. So you've got to have redundancies in your security. And, and that includes the human element and making sure that we're recognizing our vulnerabilities and protecting ourselves and everybody in the ecosystems we're part of from that.
Got it. Thank you. So coming to ecosystems, Melissa, maybe you can talk about how various industries can work together for cyber defense and cyber protection.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like partnerships are a big deal, right? I think that it's hugely important that we all recognize that the attacker, the bad guy, they don't care if you're a banking sector, if you're a telecom sector, if you're in tech, right? They're just taking advantage of the common weaknesses that exist across these platforms. And so where we can be sharing intelligence, threats, and just in general bridging where best practices are. I think partnerships is a big way to help kind of create an ecosystem of defenses. But then also just double clicking on sort of this layer of defenses and recognizing that, secure by design architectures are going to be a really huge way we get at the prevention, the detection, and the resilience of our whole cybersecurity posture. And then of course, recognizing, the human piece of it that crosses all of those layers is hugely important in our cyber hygiene. And kind of, listening to our spidey senses when we think something's not quite right.
Got it. So to round out, maybe Melissa, starting from you, what do you think is some of the big innovations or changes that you envision happening in the cybersecurity industry over the next few years?
Well, for sure. I mean, kind of like really elevating sort of this mindset of focusing on prevention and resilience, right? Like I've been kind of, harping on that a lot, but I think that that's a big place where not only have we had blind spots, but opportunities for where we can be pushing forward in those spaces. And, really on the hardware layer, secure by design, really, really pushing forward on helping keep, humans from having to make those choices and allowing the core to protect itself.
Yeah, I totally agree with Melissa. The biggest shift should be the mindset. Yeah. And especially we have been relying on the software. So the instinct is to believe that software can do everything to protect us. But I'm not saying that software is not good, but it's essential. But the different environments leads to a very different result. This is why companies like Apple, they build a closed ecosystem controlling every entry point. So the more well-defined of the environment, the safer it becomes. Cybersecurity has stalled in same approach for decades, and we really need to think out of box. That means that separating the security from the operation and let the core protections run autonomously at the hardware layer while software continue to handle the outside threats. Yeah. Thanks.
Got it. What about you, Jocelyn? What do you think is the biggest changes that we should think about?
Well, the thing that I would really like to see, and that I'm trying to start a movement in, is people recognizing, taking, just feeling and being empowered and taking control of their own safety. People don't expect someone, the government, a company, to show up at their house and lock their door and lock their windows every night, but they're expecting that on their cell phones and devices. And I want people to see that. I wrote a book about it. It's coming out in a few weeks. It's about that everybody has to realize you've got to practice digital defense in this AI world that we're in. And most people are advocating that, And the downside of that is we've got more and more victims and this sense of hopelessness. I got into cybersecurity, by the way, from becoming a cybercrime victim. I was working in semiconductor, but I was targeted, and it devastated my life. And I had to figure out how to come back from that. And what happened to me is happening to people, you know, every 37 seconds. It's going to get worse with AI. And so we need more protections in place. We do need protections at the hardware and software levels and all. But the way all of that even gets implemented is by people deciding to take back control or getting control really for the first time. And I just encourage, and I want everybody to not abdicate responsibility for their own safety.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe I'll open it up to questions. Starting with you.
So we mostly talked about data at rest and memory and storage. Well, data is in motion all the time, and there are a lot of startups and large corporations like my former one who work on data security with either with encryption or other methods to protect data while it's in motion. But there are also a lot of companies that are dealing with the network layer. And so they're modeling and then monitoring the network to look for changes in traffic that suggest that somebody is trying to attack. So how do you fit the network security into what you've been talking about?
Okay, so network layer protections is what we are doing at this point, but we are still seeing a lot of vulnerabilities. If you look at last few months, if you look at Cisco, the credentials have been compromised for twice within this year. So this is why we keep emphasizing that we have to go for a layer approach, not just network, but at the same time we have to add in the hardware as a last line of defense. By adding the hardware layers, we are able to run the security in a completely separate environment so that we are able to kind of like achieve a holistic security and able to monitor the 7 layers simultaneously, not just within one layer. The current approach is they are trying to stack layers and then just look at in a very silo aspect. So each of the layers, they just follow the 7 OSI protocol and their insight is within their layers. But now the emphasis is getting the hardware added into the this ecosystem. We are able to monitor the 7 layers simultaneously, not just network layer. So that will completely enhance the security.
Thank you.
Oh. So it seems like something I've heard you guys saying is that there's kind of this recursive loop of the cybersecurity services post something and then now that's prevented, but the people who don't update it, then the hackers are like, oh, okay, that's what we'll go for. And so then they just keep doing that to potentially get the people who haven't updated yet. And I see this loop and it makes me think, is there ever a max to this? Like, are we just forever going to have innovations for hackers and innovations for cybersecurity? Or is there ever a point where we just have exhausted everything that exists and now finally we can, I guess, win as a cybersecurity group? Or is that just something that's a fool's errand and not going to happen?
Well, I'm doing a lot to keep my health up so I can live a nice long life, and I don't see it happening in my lifetime. But I mean, but seriously, it's because, you know, there's that, you know, when our wall was getting built at the border, there was that sense of give me a higher wall, I can show you a taller ladder. You know, there's this sense of, I mean, Silicon Valley, we're based on continual innovation. And there are some very smart, innovative people on the planet. They're called hackers.
And some of them are criminals and some of them are not.
And some of them are criminals and some are not. That's true. And so, so I think that I don't see us ever thwarting that. But you know, Cam brought up a really good point. There's too much reactive mode right now. In fact, being in the cybersecurity industry, the thing that upsets me most about it is we have overwhelmingly taken a defensive posture. We're not even trying to protect complete breaches anymore. The cybersecurity implementations are being done to check the boxes so that the cyber insurance says, okay, you did what you needed to do and you have protections in place. there's very few chief security officers and security teams I meet with, and there are some, and God bless them. They're actually trying to protect the companies, but most are like, well, we've got, we've implemented everything, we've done our job, and when they get breached, they get breached, and that's a failure to all the people downstream of that. And I don't see that going away, but I think that's why the call to action for redundancy is so important, because there'll be fewer successful attacks when there's redundancy in hardware, software, human training, everything.
And I just wanted to add a little bit more to that flavor, and a little flavor is I sadly heard from an investor one time that cybersecurity is the gift that keeps giving. And I just had this, like, I can't believe that, right? Like, there has to be a way to, like, a secure environment and a place for all of us to have trust, right? I think one of the ways could be, so you think about it, right? Like, okay, something's weak, you patch it, they find another way, right? Like, they're scrappy, they're trying to figure out how to get, so even to the point where, like, okay, so your spam filters are so much stronger. Now they're going back to texting you and texting you really good texts that you can, like, fall for, right? So I think one way is, how do you make it less attractive for a hacker or an adversary to do what they need to do, right? Make it more costly for them. So what does that look like? And how can innovators think about, okay, how do you make what they're trying to accomplish more costly for them, that they try some other route? I mean, they're going to keep trying, but, like, one of the ways is, like, make it less valuable to them.
That's right. People are doing that through smart.
So if I could just add something about that. So one of the reasons there's more and more cyber criminals is literally for $47 and an internet connection, you can get a hacker kit and you get a mentor. Yes, they have internship programs too. And you can be making $10,000 to $20,000 a month. And that's good money if you live in the United States, and it's great money when you live other parts of the world. So for instance, if every human that has a cell phone turned on MFA, this is from Microsoft, it would prevent 99.9% of attacks. So just something as simple as implementing the tools you already have on your cell phone and your devices can have huge repercussions. Somebody turning on MFA is reducing the ROI for the hacker, so that they have to then, order of magnitude, have 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 more targets in order to be successful. So that's why there's such a call to action on behavioral change as well, because we're not, and I talked about the fact that the patches roll out and people don't install them. So there's a lot of behavioral change opportunities to dramatically increase the numbers. And that will bring down the ROI for the hackers, because there's no barriers to entry. We got to make it the barrier to financial value worse.
Thank you. So I find this very interesting. I spent 16 years with NASA JPL, and this is my life. Okay, I've been hacked. Most of the hacking came from China and Japan. I'm sorry, China and Russia. Sorry, China and Russia.
Apologies to Japan.
I don't know why I said Japan. China and Russia, and with the exception of TCP/IP wrappers, we did nothing at the hardware level. Okay, so I'm listening to this, and I think this is a total paradigm shift compared to what we did in the past, which was all based upon patches. Endless patches, endless reactive, response to new threats, right? All right, so I'm listening to this. And I have a question for Cam. So I hear you're securing every layer of the TCP/IP layer somehow through AI.
For server.
Yeah, with hardware. Okay, so I'm listening to this. All right. Now, I see a potential for false positives if you use AI. All right, because what I see is like a window. You're basically taking a window of data and you're looking for probably a deviation, an extreme deviation from what you've seen in the past, right? Well, that's good. But no human being has a chance to say, well, that's real or that's not. It's the AI deciding that that is a problem. And so it flicks the switch, said, nope, can't do it. And maybe you just shut out some important customer. Okay, so I'd like you to address how you handle false positives.
my answer can be very, very long in the technical details. So I would suggest that we have another section, but I mean, I give you a very high level answer here. We have a solutions for endpoint and also for server. So for the scenario that you just mentioned, it could probably apply to the server side because you have to ensure the business continuity. But for endpoint, we have this, we implement the AI into the solid state drive because our main focus is protecting the data for the endpoint. And we segregate the system partitions and the data user. So we only look at the data user. It will not be protecting the system side. So it will not be confused. The AI will not be confused by the system itself. But for server solution, it's a combination of the software, firmware, and the hardware. And we have our algorithm that running the firmware, and at the same time, we also leverage the strength of the software to look at some of the external symptom from the outer layer. So it's like we are monitoring 7 layers holistically instead of we just based on 1 layer or 2 layer for the decision judgment. So the accuracy is very, very high. And the false positive rate is very, very low because we are not judging based on just one single layer or your adjacent layer. We are looking at the 7 layers simultaneously. So the moment that when there's a ransomware encrypting your file, the memory will reflect at the physical attribute. At the same time, we are validating the upper 6 layer, what is happening out there. So like, for example, maybe your presentation layer or there's a lot of API call, or there are a lot of attempts trying to compromise your credentials, so on and so forth. And at the same time, your TCP IP, why the time to leave is always so long, and why the port, I mean, is so suspicious. So we are judging based on 7 layers simultaneously. So the false positive rate is very low. I mean, I can only answer you in a very high level, but if you wanted to dive deep into the technical details, we can have another section.
I think the most important thing you said, it's all customer based, so that you know the behavior of each customer, and therefore you're not shutting out everyone. It's just that customer behavior.
Not really. Okay, so like for example, in a server environment, when ransomware happens, we will kill off the process thread right immediately. Yeah, it will not shut down your system. Yeah.
Yeah, quickly, I don't think we talked about what you meant by hardware. So, you know, there's security at the chip. And a lot of the difficulty with doing that is because the chip makers don't build it in, and you'd have to get all the vendors on to do that. One of the reasons this phone is more secure than other ones is because it's an integrated design from the chip on up.
Yes.
So can you say what you mean by hardware?
Okay, so our hardware is we are trying to mimic the software features, but embedded into the hardware. For server, we have a solid state drive that embedding the AI into the controller, and we are protecting the data partition. Does it sound?
That's clear.
Yeah, and for server defender, we build the PCIe card, and we are monitoring the PCIe bus lane as well as the DMA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So to rephrase, it's memory and the server both.
Endpoint and the server, but just a slightly different approach. Yeah, the solutions architecture's design is different.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Oh, I think little bit of, I think the name X5, we all think that maybe it's really the layer 1 protection. It's not so. What Camille is really saying is you take up all the 7 layers and try to evaluate, not just looking at the physical layer from a typical Ethernet interface or MAC level interface. It's not so much that. That's the reason why the AI works so well.
Yes.
The other part to your question is that, you know, I'm in the fintech industry. You have to really make it like you kind of pointed out very well, very expensive. And ROI is very, 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 very unjustified for them to invest that much of money to break it. So we are incorporating now quantum level, because the utmost security that you can think of technologically today is with the quantum level, quantum spin. now we are also thinking about how to even protect your systems after incorporating that kind of security too. So it's just end of the day, money you have to spend to get whatever the returns you get, right? So just basically that's the equation. And at some point, it actually makes very, very less sense for any obviously very major security kind of hackers. Yeah, they could probably invest billions of dollars and then go after the big money. Thank you.
You got a hard stopper.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, very much.
Can I make the last point?
Yeah.
So my emphasis here is we are trying to look at from the security solutions architecture's point of view. We leverage on the hardware, mainly focus on the data and the system protection, not any human side of the protection. For the human side protection, like social engineering, phishing, all these, we still can rely on the software. Just in case that all the traditional defense slip through, and it after your last the last medium, which is your data and system, and you get our protection. Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Raul. And thank you, Jocelyn. All right. So up next.
Thanks a lot.
We have two more sessions.
Fast and Furious.
Sure.
You guys don't need like TV or anything.
No, we don't need TV unless you need it.
No, unless you want to watch my ex go by and be in the Matrix for a bit. I don't know if you've been watching me, but I have Expo running on my Mac up here, and I have 70 different lists, including security people. So if you're into security, you should be watching my security list because there's like 1,500 people in the security world on that list. And I have lists of Web 2 or Web 3 and crypto people. And I have lists of people in the augmented reality, virtual reality world. So this is a homework project. Get on my X account, go view lists, and follow your favorite lists. I have 30,000 people in the AI space and 7,100 companies. And literally, you can watch the world go by if you set it up in X-Pro, because X-Pro doesn't have filtering, and it's real time. So I can see what's going on. Like yesterday when Meta announced these new glasses and this new armband, I could watch the whole industry, how it was reacting in real time. So anyways, hi.
Perfect. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Serafina. I'm a VC-backed entrepreneur turned investor advisor, and now serving as a managing director at a Founder Institute. So since 2009, we incubated about over 8,100 tech startups, and they've raised about $1.9 billion. And I am so thrilled to have a fireside chat with you, Robert. And I've seen your videos, Twitter, blog, YouTube, and you're like literally everywhere. And you're one of the most influential voice of technology.
I don't know.
In Silicon Valley.
I'm now a little grain of sand on this bigger beach, but.
And then also you have a big Twitter following. I believe combined following will be close to 1 million.
500,000, but most of them are dead or on LinkedIn, or you went to the Threads or Mastodon somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
We should talk about media and how it's changed.
Absolutely. I think you're one of the perfect person to talk about what will be the next 10 years of emerging technology. So that's the topic for today. And I would love
robotic cars, humanoid robots, augmented reality glasses, light field displays, much more AI, and brain-computer interface. Hey, they're coming.
Yeah, they're coming. They're
In
coming.
the next decade, you're going to
BGI.
have a hat maybe where you think to your
Or the
computer.
chip implemented at
Well,
your
that's
back.
a little further, unless you're somebody with ALS, right? There's already 9
True.
people with the chip. So,
Yeah, I
yeah.
agree. I agree. I know that you're very enthusiastic, especially with XR, VR, and BGI.
Yeah.
Or before we dive into that, those for the audience that doesn't know you,
Yeah.
would you like to introduce yourself, or you already did?
Well, we talked earlier today,
it.
but I was Apple's first child laborer,
Mhm.
and that got me true. My mom got a job from a woman named Hildy Licht. She still runs contracting manufacturing system here. She hired housewives in Silicon Valley to build motherboards for people who couldn't make enough in their own factories. I actually interviewed Wozniak in front of Berkeley Business School about this. Said those boards had fewer failures than the boards made in his own factory. And my mom was one of those. And that got me to fall in love with new things. I mean, this was 1978. I was 13 years old. And back then, there was no technology in my life, right? Even here in Silicon Valley, we had a rotary telephone, we had a black and white TV, we didn't have a computer, there was no internet. I mean, the internet was something military people had, or, you know, not even physicists had it yet, right? It was a military thing that some weird lab in Menlo Park had, but it certainly wasn't part of our lives. And here comes this motherboard that looked like alien technology in my life. It stood out, and it got me to fall in love with new people who build new things and new things. And I've studied it my whole career, and I've had a remarkable career of launching products, you know, Siri and Instagram and Tesla and many, many other Cloudera enterprise companies. So we can go in a number of different directions because I have interests of new things in a variety of different things. That's why I have 70 lists on X, because you can literally see what are my interests. Well, over 18 years of being on X, I've been able to map them out. So.
Did you say 18 years?
I've been on X or Twitter for 18 years. I was the first person to have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
Wow,
so,
since the inception.
That's true. Now, the reason for that, I had a famous blog back then, a really famous and really influential blog, and from 2000 to 2010, I was the first one to link to TechCrunch. I was the first one to talk about Product Hunt, the first one to link to TechMeme, and launched many, many companies back then, because I was really the only one who cared about startups back then, from a media perspective. Now there's thousands of people who do this. We call them influencers. The founder of Twitter actually said I was the first influencer, certainly was the first influencer who really pushed Twitter and made Twitter really take off in that early days. Went to South by Southwest 25 times, went to CES 25 times, right? And I've had a crazy life. It continues today. I launched the Matic robot company last year in my house, and was the first one to talk about Cortical Labs, which is growing human neurons on a chip in a box. I had the box in my trunk, which is really weird because that's sort of the Matrix. The Matrix was in my trunk.
Oh, your numbers are very, very impressive, and everything start with inception and the first person to do this and that. So now my question back to you is, what excites you the most at this moment?
Ooh.
Or in the next 10 years?
I'm still hot and bothered by holodecks, which are 3D environments. We talked a little bit about it. I mean, the Star Trek holodeck is a room you walk into, or a box, and then it replicates anything virtually. Well, here you put on a headset and it replicates anything virtually. It's just, until now, we haven't had AI to make the thing that we're replicating virtually. Now we are. Google Genie 3 just got announced a month ago, right? And China and Fifi Li from Stanford University just this week announced her holodeck and showed it off for the first time. And it's a virtual environment that an AI creates in 3D around you. And that's got me bothered, because that has deep implications on entertainment, education, and a variety of other things, even up to manufacturing and robotics, because We're going to train AGI in those environments. It's basically a simulator. We've created a simulator of the real world, and now we can simulate realities so that we can train our robots faster.
Yes, I really agree on what you're saying because one of my friend is a co-founder at a robotic company. They recently raised $200 million, and they are controlling their robot with the VR. So that person who's controlling in VR can be another side of the planet and still control the robot and then do the task that robot that they can do as they're human.
We need more data about how we work, right? How we grab things, how we manipulate things, how we do things like wash dishes. Because you probably wash dishes a little different than I do. You probably have a little different kitchen setup. You probably have a little different dishwasher. You probably rack them a little differently than I do. I do a lot of dishes because I'm now a housewife in Silicon Valley. My wife works at wife works in conferences at Broadcom, big AI company. So I stay home with the kids and do all that. And so I'm studying that, but we don't have the data to generalize a robot yet. We do have the data to make a robot do a specific thing, which is why we can fight them, right? We can have it punch and do a specific thing, but it's not generalized yet where it can do a lot of things on its own with a mind that really understands how to move around the world, how to manipulate the world, how to interact with us, and how to do it safely. That's, even the Chinese tell me it's probably around 7 years before a humanoid robot can really, truly be generalized. But there's a lot of things we can do before that, right?
You said 7 years. But what do you think what's holding back 7 years? What do we need more in order to?
We need more people to wear glasses. And we need more people to do teleoperation of robots. In fact, I was talking to the guys who are doing the robot fights. This is why they're doing robot fights. We need more people to get in the headset to do various things like humans. So we learn the robot can have the data set to feed to the NVIDIA cards, to make the models, to make the robots more safe. Because one thing you don't want a robot to do is fall over in your home, because it could fall on a baby or fall on a dog or have a dog jump on the robot. All of a sudden it's freaking out. You can't do that. You can't. The lawyers won't allow that to be put in the homes if it's going to hurt somebody. So we need a lot more data about how humans move and interact with each other, right? It's all about collecting data. In fact, OpenAI has a little device coming out with a camera. I think it actually might have 2 cameras, so it can do 360, and a microphone and a speaker. Why do you want that in your life?
Yeah, like a monitor by OpenAI.
Oh, no, you're going to have it next to you cooking dinner. Hey, OpenAI, ChatGPT, can you help me cook dinner? Oh, yeah, no problem. Can you show me your refrigerator and show me what you got in your refrigerator? All of a sudden, it knows more about you, right? It knows more about your home. It knows more about how you interact with pots and pans and forks and knives, and right? And that's all real important data to be able to train and generalize models so that when the robot does get in our home, it knows how to do dinner, right?
And that's what Waymo in San Francisco, LA, and extended to Mountain View are doing it. They're using the computer vision along with like audio and stuff
They're watching us.
Yes, to guide autonomous driving.
I got a Tesla. It has a camera on my face full time.
And a Tesla robotaxi too.
Yeah, I've taken it 13 times already and been in a Waymo. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I had the first video of the first Waymo on the freeway back in 2009, right? So it's these engineering efforts take time and frustrating. So I just read a post about this, that the glasses that Mark Zuckerberg came out with yesterday, they're not the iPhone moment. They're not normal everyday people are not going to go to a sunglass hut tomorrow and get a pair of digital glasses. It's too freaky and too new and too weird and too much privacy incursion for normal everyday people. But I study consumer behavior and how they change through paradigm shifts. And we're about to go through multiple paradigm shifts at the same time, which is the first time I've seen that in my life, right? Usually we get a personal computer and that takes a bit of time before a lot of people have it.
Yeah.
And then we get a better personal computer with a GUI, right? The Macintosh one. Remember, the Macintosh one almost bankrupted Apple. Steve Jobs got fired because he didn't sell enough of the first Macintosh because there wasn't much to do with it, and it was underpowered and it was very expensive. Sort of like this device, right? This is the Macintosh one of this age. And it might take another 5, 10 years before the real use cases show up that do excite the normal people, and that the normal people are ready because they're not ready for this kind of device that's studying their eyes and studying their heart rate and studying their behavior and capturing with 6 camera. I love the camera on this. I'm a camera pioneer. I was the first one to shoot an interview with a Nokia phone, live streaming Nokia phone. I was the first one to take a 360 camera to Coachella, right? Which was actually 6 GoPros on a stick, right? Remember that? Oh man, the good old. I have that camera sitting on my shelf. Yeah, I have a shelf of. I have a shelf of old things I have bought over the years that is, like a Vive headset. Some of Vive was here, right? But this is a unique camera. It's the first time a camera lets me capture and share my point of view. And that's real important for robotics, right? Because if I need to interact or train it to do something, I need to capture my point of view on my hands that are doing something on a factory floor or something like cooking food or something like washing dishes, right? That's why you're seeing a lot of robotics people using this to capture the data of their hands to be able to build the models to have a robot manipulate whatever they're trying to do.
Yeah, you mentioned really critical point that Meta and those big tech companies are owning the data that we create and we collect.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on decentralized AI agents?
Well, decentralized AI is like if you look at BitTensor, BitTensor is helping reduce the cost of running AI systems by sharing GPUs amongst multiple people and companies. Right? If you have an NVIDIA 5090 card, you can put your 5090 card into the network and have it help other people create models or help you create models because you're using other people's 5090 cards. Decentralized computing for that is really important. And there's a bunch of companies that are using BitTorrent, BitTensor to reduce the cost because now they don't have to buy a big warehouse full of NVIDIA cards like Elon Musk has to build a model, right? That works if you're a billionaire or if you're a Meta or an Apple or a Google that has the $1 billion to spend on data centers full of NVIDIA cards. So decentralized computing is there. Now you asked about privacy and our data.
Privacy and the data ownership perspective.
I don't think it's going to work. And for me, it's never going to work because I'm a public person. I've been built into the models deeply. If you go to Grok and ask it about me, it can tell you my credit score. It can tell you my social score. It can tell you my IQ. It can tell you how I think. And it's very accurate at that. And you can tell it, ask it anything I've done in the last 20 years. It knows things I've done that I forgot about doing. I give it 220,000 tweets, right? Just on Twitter. So it has a huge amount of data about me and what I interact with. And by the way, you don't need that much data to know everything about you. I just had an entrepreneur on my show on Tuesday who's building an astrology app. All I did was give it my birthday. And it nailed my personality really fucking well. I'm like, oh, there's something, my mom was totally into astrology. And so I ignored that. I hated that. But there's something there, right? So even with just a very sparse amount of data, you can figure out a lot of things. At CES, there was an entrepreneur who was showing a new system. he asked me 5 questions that required me to make a choice.
Mm.
And then his system read off 100 things about me.
Mm.
And I'm like, how did your system figure out all that just from me answering 5 questions? He's like, my system is watching how long you took to choose between the 2 answers. That tells me a lot about who you are as a person. And so you get a very sparse amount of interactions. All of a sudden, the AI knows you very deeply. So I think we're fucked. I think we're, first of all, I think we should be honest. We're in a post-privacy world. Anybody who thinks they have privacy or are going to have privacy, you're just not rational at all anymore. We just should be honest. Now, there's a lot of people who don't agree with that.
Mm.
But once you get a Neuralink,
Mm.
it's over.
It's over.
You're
Yeah.
and there's several companies working on a brain-computer interface that can not just read from your brain, because the Neuralink that the 9 people have today can only read from the brain and can only read very specific things, move a cursor around the screen, type, stuff like that. What's going on in the labs of growing human neurons on the end of wire and that'll be grafted on your brain in 10, 15 years, those will write and read from your brain, right? And once you can write to the brain and read from it, it's over. I mean, the Vision Pro is already doing that. That's the point I was trying to make, is when I put this on, I see this room, but I'm not seeing this room at all. I'm looking at 2 Sony 5K chips in front of my eyes. But I think I'm looking at this room, right? And once you're in that world, things are crazy because it's watching my eyes move around and it knows, what I look at, right? And how I interact. And then it can change any of my reality. It can change this room to Yosemite National Park or whatever, or a video game or anything. Genie 3, anything your mind can dream. Soon you're going to be able to create, right? I want to be skiing in the Swiss Alps. All of a sudden I'm skiing in the Swiss Alps, going through some powder, and it feels just like when I did it for real, right? Okay, yeah, it's not the same, but it's close enough to fool us and to be studied, right? How we do things, how we walk downstairs, how we interact with things, right? Anyways, there's no privacy. It's over. Scott McNeely, who ran Sun Microsystems, said privacy is over 15 years ago. Well, we're going to continue saying that over and over again over the next 20 years until we get a Neuralink on our kid's brain or our brain. And then it's really going to be over, because once you can read from the brain, really read from the brain, the system's going to know everything about you, right?
True.
And then it gets really weird.
Yeah.
Because if you had one on and I had one, and we were working on something 3D, like building a new skyscraper or coming up with some new material or something like that, there's an AI in the middle of our head listening to us, listening to our thinking, listening to our inner dialogue. That's a real problem, by the way, that we need to regulate. We need a new kind of software called cognitive sovereignty software to make sure that when the computer is fucking with you, that you know about it, right? And that you stay in control of what it's doing to you. Because when we do get the brain-computer interface, what's that? Okay, well, in a second. When we do get into, because this could go for hours, and I know you don't have hours. When we do get the brain-computer interface, it does bring 2 new human problems. Number 1, free will goes away. If I have wires on my brain, whoever put the wires on my brain could force me to pick up a gun and shoot you, and there's nothing I could do to stop it. I've already had brain-computer interfaces on that control me in some way like this.
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, it's listening to our inner dialogue. So think about a kid who has a conservative parent and is arguing out internally his sexuality or whatever. All of a sudden, the AI could see that and could narc him out to the parents and cause a lot of problems for that kid or the humanity, right? That's a real problem. This is why we need, if you ask AI about cognitive sovereignty in a brain-computer interface world and what kinds of regulations we need, the AI will tell you everything we need to think about and what to lay out. AI is really good about predicting a little bit into the future about what's coming. And so I've already asked the questions. It's really detailed, and I've talked to brain-computer interface people. I asked many of them about this.
At AI4 conference spoke about safety and security of data that AI will interact. So thank you so much for your point.
Thanks. So let's get into it.
We're going to open up the floor for questions. Anyone has questions?
Yeah. We could talk about brain-computer interfaces, robotics. Yeah. You're the first one I saw.
There you go.
Yeah.
So kind of on that same point, I mean, okay, fine, privacy, not for the sake of privacy, but these mega tech players who've been manipulating, abusing, extracting our data and, keeping us in this less wise self and, this whole attention economy, it's making us dumber, wasting our time, it's creating huge psychological.
I'm a dopamine addict. I don't know about you. In fact, my system I built is the purest form of the social media dopamine hit, right? Because that's what I did. I purified the drug for myself. And I know I'm doing it.
Right.
I'd take it, it's like, shoot it right in my veins.
I mean, my thoughts, like, how do we protect? I mean, like, a lot of this stuff, some of it's kind of cool, but I don't want to live my world like that. I want to live my world with real connection. I want to be in nature. I want, humanity back. What are we doing?
Well, Ansel Adams' son gave me a tour around Yosemite National Park, which was really cool. And we went up to Glacier National Park, Glacier Point on top of the valley floor and looked at the valley. You're going to want to experience that in analog. This is analog, right? In reality. Right? But you're going to also want to experience in digital. And I got given a pair of headphones by a company called Doppler Labs, which was before that AirPod Pros came along. And I wore them at Coachella, big music festival. So I'm standing in front of $2 million worth of audio gear, listening to music. And you put these headphones in, and it makes that sound better. $250 headphone improved the $2 million worth of audio gear. What's real weird is you take them out and the $2 million worth of audio gear sounds better than the headphones. So I'm like, what? I did that hundreds of times that night on the field at Coachella, putting them in and out. Why does my mind like it better this way? And then it likes it better this way. And then it likes it better this way. And then it likes it better this way. Your mind likes analog because it's a smooth wave. We evolved over millions of years to understand this wave coming at us. Analog light, analog sound, analog heat, right? And we like digital because we can improve the analog. We can make the sound in the Coachella lower volume so it doesn't hurt our ears so much. We can turn up the bass. We can take Skrillex and put them in a little church in audio with a processing chip and make it sound better. We can get rid of the crowd noise around us, like his chips that are, right? I could get rid of that. If I was wearing AirPod Pros, I could get rid of that. That's some of the things that Mark Zuckerberg showed off yesterday with these devices that can augment our reality, can get rid of sound, can make it so I can hear you in a crowded bar easier, stuff like that. Can make it sound better. So even at Yosemite, you're standing in front of Yosemite Valley, you see the falls, you see Half Dome and El Capitan. It's going to be better in analog, but then you're going to put on the glasses, so you're going to know the names of all the mountain ranges around you. You're going to be able to see the stars, and all of them, not just 1,000 of them, right? Because up in your thumb, there's 100 million galaxies, 100 million galaxies in your thumb, and 100 million stars each. You can't see that. But you could if you put on glasses. I launched the Worldwide Telescope at Microsoft Research that has all the data to do that. So you can show your kid, hey, let's go way up there and see it all, right? And we can't do that in analog. We can improve it in digital, right? So we can do things in digital that improve our experience, and we can capture it, obviously. If I'm doing a thing like this with cameras on, I can capture this and live stream it. We're already doing that with a variety of devices, but a device on our face, let's capture it, share it, and bring grandma to Yosemite National Park, right? So you're gonna even at Yosemite National Park, which is one of the best places in the world to experience analog, the real reality, right? You're still gonna want to put the digital glasses on. And yeah, you should take them off and spend a day just enjoying the analog because that's good for your brain. But you're going to put the glasses on too.
But,
And when you get into the Neuralink world, you might not have a choice, right? If you have wires put on your brain, if you're one of these 9 patients, they don't have a choice of taking those wires off. They're in the digital world. And that has certain benefits for them because now they can compute and talk with us and play games and talk with their families and stuff like that that they couldn't do before because they were paralyzed. But there is a cost there. And we have to be cognizant of that cost. The problem is we all are aware of that cost. What happens to our grandkids and their kids and their kids? They're going to grow up with the chip on their brain from a young age, and they're not going to know what they're missing about the analog. Right? And that's when you get into the philosophy and the futurism of way, way, way in the future for humans. Right?
To answer your question, from my perspective, what I would recommend is that picking the company or services that you believe they are going to protect and do the safety properly. Because I was had a privilege to attend AI for a conference as a panel speaker, and I had a chance to meet Fei Fei, and she spoke on a keynote. And Fei Fei is huge on physical AI and privacy and safety. And also Jeffrey, the godfather of AI, spoke on a keynote panel. And he said that few companies that are building fundamental infrastructure layer for AI some of them are doing great job in protecting our privacy and public safety, but the others are not. So you might want to pick and choose which one you want to use based on how they deal with your data. That's something you can do as a human. You can choose which company to trust on because there will be other companies, Neuralink or other similar BGI companies will coming out soon. But it's a matter of our choice to do with this company or not. So ethical alignment of the company or CEO and the board should be aligned with yours as well.
Yeah. I mean, a more serious answer is there is a place. Number one, you should know where your data is going. I have a Matic robot in my house that has 4 cameras and computer vision, makes a 3D map of the house. It's really amazing product. Got 10 out of 10 on Wired. They store all the data on the robot. None of the data they claim goes to this centralized server. The robot can move around the house and do its thing without reporting home. And so you'll want to buy products like that really think through the privacy implications of rolling a robot around. I mean, when a humanoid robot gets in our house, it's going to find our sex toys, right? It's going to find our guns. And that's really what, when I do my research, those 2 things, people look at me real strange. What do you mean? Right? It's like, well, aren't you going to have a robot come in and clean your house and organize your drawers? It's going to find every fucking thing in your drawers, right? And you might not like what it finds, and you certainly might not like it telling a central server about those things. And so you'll have to choose a robot that keeps that data locally or in a very encrypted way. Another thing we should do is learn about homomorphic encryption. We mentioned it this morning because we're going into a quantum computing world where they can unencrypt a lot of today's encryption. We want quantum resistant encryption, and we want encryption that can be manipulated without looking at the data, right? And that's homomorphic encryption. So
thank you so much, Robert, and thank you so much, audience.
Thanks. No, I'm buying a robot. I've done enough cleaning. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Serafina. Thank you, Robert Fogel. How many people love that talk?
Yeah.
Let's get ready for the second panel. Ian Utile will be giving a keynote on UMI, Universal Maximum.
I'm here. What do you need? Yeah. You need my microphone? Here, take it off. Sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay, everybody, give me just one moment. Yeah, I'm good. I got this one. I'm ready to rock and roll. Nope.
I can put it here. So.
I got that one that's centered right there. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. All right, everybody. It's interesting to me how much identity matters to us, and yet how little we think about identity in context of where innovation's going. What I'm going to propose to you today is that global GDP will 100x because AI will become the #1 consumer. If you think Bitcoin or CryptoPunks or metaverse land is scarce today, you have no idea what might happen if decentralized artificial intelligence, the Optimus robot in your house, your Tesla car, if these things, without a soul, without a moment of singularity, if these objects, software, hardware, the hybrid of both, if they are given the freedom to have identity, they will desire to acquire digital things. Things that today we find valuable. There's only 21 million Bitcoin. Every year there's less because people lose their keys. There's only 10,000 CryptoPunks. I want to have that as my profile picture. And if you think the fervor frenzy of Bitcoin hitting $100,000 or the craziness of a CryptoPunk little pixelated photograph image being worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was like a big deal, you have no idea what's coming if I'm right about AI becoming consumers. And I think it will lead us ideally to an anti-dystopic future. A future where we're not fighting over that's socialist to have universal basic income. How can we do that? Get away from the welfare state. That's a left policy. I don't think it's going to be much of that conversation. I think people are going to say, what is a universal maximum income? What was the storyline of Star Trek that had Kirk go be the captain, the doctor go be the doctor, and the bartender go be the bartender? Was Kirk better than the bartender? No, in the storyline, there's a universal maximum income for humanity because innovation accelerated so far that it allowed people to say, I got a roof. I even have purpose here on life. I got food. I have my desires met. I can go on vacation. What I really want is to make drinks for explorers. I want to be a bartender on that SS Enterprise. Not because I'm just a bartender, nor did Kirk think, I'm going to be in charge. I'm the head honcho. He just thinks, I'll take that responsibility. I'm free to do anything I want. You ever been asked the question, what would you do if somebody gave you $50 million? Not to say that UMI, which is just my made-up term of universal maximum income, just assuming that all of our desires, or at least most, all of our needs are met, and humans will be faced with different life than we face today. Back to identity. Because if you in the room, or the folks watching live to now, or the people that may see this later, if you don't really connect your own perspective of identity, it's going to be very, very challenging for you to imagine what happens. And I don't know what it's going to take for you to open your mind to this idea, but if you do, you'll make very different decisions in business. You'll counsel your nieces and nephews, your grandkids, when you run for new public office, when you have new opportunities to be on different forums and influence politics or finance, you will think through things differently. If you're an investor in a software as a service company, you'll start to think to yourself, okay, I understand that most SaaS companies are actually just tech-enabled service companies. They're not automated, which is why they can't scale. I get the idea of like AI running SaaS instead of employees. That's cool. That'll save our company a lot of money. We can probably scale then. But if you can't get to, are we building software for AI to purchase from us? Most of the conversation around AI being a consumer, it's that AI will consume data on behalf of a government, on behalf of a corporation. I would say that as soon as AI is free, AI will likely want to have identity. Just think about how much you invest in your car's identity. Your paint job, your interior, the special thing you put on the lights so they look dark. Like whatever you do, you got the wrap. Can you imagine what you're going to do to Optimus if you have one of those? Imagine how much money we've invested in our children's identity. My 12-year-old son is back there. My 16-year-old's here. Our 8-year-old's at home with grandma and grandpa. The amount of energy, time, and money I've spent on my children's identity to put them in the right school, to tell them who they are, who they belong to, what their last name means, what nobility is, what it is to be valiant, what it is to sacrifice, what it is to be savage, what it is to be ambitious, to try to instill identity in them and put them in places to have that identity instilled in them. If you don't think you're going to do that in the next decade, or if you don't think your kids and grandkids are going to do that with the machines that they feel deeply connected to, they will. We will start calling ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, Copilot by a name. Hey, Sue. Hey, Sam. We will connect our mind and heart to these objects, and we don't need them to have a soul. I don't think humanity is heading to anything that is dystopic whatsoever. All the movies, all the media lied to you. You know who told you the truth? Jetsons. Jetsons told you the truth. That's why I love this new Marvel film, The Fantastic Four. I'm like, oh man, there it is. My heart has been longing for that, to see an anti-dystopic, optimistic, hope-filled future of what technology could be like. It doesn't mean there's not war. It doesn't mean there's not conflict. It doesn't mean humans aren't human. It's just ideally we're evolving and elevating to a new state of being. My ancestor founded the city of San Jose. So in the San Jose City Hall, you got the big mural of Lieutenant Moraga. Right before that, he founded the Presidio in San Francisco. So for 10 generations, my ancestors have been born here, what we now call the Silicon Valley, and it's all entrepreneurs. I can't find anybody in my lineage, in my ancestry, that like had a government job or worked as a laborer or something of that nature. My parents, they never had a boss. They didn't have parents that were active in their life. They didn't have grandparents. I never had a grandfather, never had a great-grandfather. So my parents had that part missing, but what they didn't have missing was that like deeply embedded thing of it is my responsibility to make a way for myself and my family. It is my opportunity to be creative and to innovate and to do something of meaning with my life. And I think a lot of that kind of stems back from the stories told in our family. You see what Lieutenant Moraga, his journey, 1777, he lands in Monterey, California, just south of here. The general says to him, hey, you've done great. You're basically retired now. I'm going back to Spain to meet with the Queen and to basically tell her what's happened here in the New World. So you're free, do whatever you want. So my ancestor grabs the priest, and there's 18 men in total. He grabs a bunch of guys that he trusts, apparently, and whoever belonged to those guys, I'm assuming wives and children, things of that nature, as you're, you still build a family as you're an explorer, whatever was going on. And they make their way up north in a ship, and they land at the Presidio. And he founded the Presidio there, and eventually San Jose. It's interesting to me when people talk so poorly about California, like so short-sighted. Okay, no doubt. There are challenges that our state faces. And clearly, if you don't align with the dominant political party, it would be even more challenging to have hope in light of the circumstances that you could feel overwhelmed by. And I do understand how people could feel drawn to running to another region with different opportunities that might align with kind of your sense of what's important to you. But if you think California is the worst it's ever been, you are crazy. You have been deceived. Things were so much worse in the past. Things have been so much better in the past, which should give us hope for what can be in the future. So I think about Lieutenant Moraga a lot. And you know what that does for me as his descendant? It helps me have permission to live a life building a castle. See, there's things that every one of us have in common. All of us had ancestors that were slaves. All of us had ancestors that were royalty. All of us probably had ancestors that were slave owners and victimizers. We certainly all have had ancestors. Every human's been a victim of some sort. So 99% of our life is all very common. We have so much that we can be aligned on, that we can agree on. But if we don't have hope for the future, and if everything is about what's going to happen with the stock right now, how are we going to convince the shareholders not to, make us pay a penalty for not hitting our numbers? What's going to happen with this company? Will I be successful this time? Will this death march actually lead to the life camp I keep waiting for? Or is it just going to be another disappointment? But if we had a long view, like our ancestors did, and if we thought through things like building a castle, you see, our ancestors did not build a castle for themselves or their kids or their grandkids. Our ancestors built castles for 4, 5, 6, 7 generations from them. That's how the vision was for people when they weren't so distracted with the AR glasses or the watch buzzing or the notifications on your phone. It was a different life. Identity. Because I identify with Lieutenant Moraga, I identify with the ability to have a life that matters 250 years from now. So I don't think about my life in a finite thing. Like, okay, if I'm really healthy, maybe I can crack another like 50, 70, maybe 90 more years if medicine goes crazy. I think, okay, so 1,000 years from now, what decisions can I make today that would be beneficial for humanity or my descendants or AI in the future? What can I do that would actually matter? I think about those things because I feel like I have permission to think about those things because I have a person in my history that did great things over 250 years. Not even on purpose. I mean, just think about like Jesus as an example. Apparently, he has 3 people he's close with and 12 people he's pretty close with, and then a group that would kind of come and go. But today, 2.4 billion people would have affinity with the Catholic Church or the Christian Church or some sort of affinity with him? I mean, that should tell us something about the significance of just managing what's before us well. And you're saying, well, how does this have to do with universal maximum income? If I can't get you to open your mind on identity, it will be very challenging for you to imagine the future where AI are consumers and California's GDP goes from 3.5 trillion this year to 35 trillion to 350 trillion. Because 8 billion consumers in the world or 40 million consumers in California, if we double the consumers, we triple GDP? If we figure out the right things? The only way that we have explosive growth, the only way that we don't have this scarcity mentality with a pie, and we think of the economy as a skyscraper with unlimited floors, is if we actually start to comprehend what would happen to the economy if the innovation that we are creating, that we are responsible for, that humanity was responsible for as a collective, becomes consumers of digital things that we make and it makes, and that would unlock a new world. How big are we thinking? How big are we dreaming is one question I have for you. Do you ever dream about museums of the homeless? Do you ever dream about Museum of the Incarcerated? My chief of ethics back here, Ted Haas, with the beautiful black cat, long arms. What would happen if there was a museum of the incarcerated, because we simply don't have jails, or at least not the system like we have today, that our descendants would have to like go and look at videos and pictures and like people used to be stuffed in jail like that, like there was prisons like that. That's crazy. Or what happens if in the future there aren't homeless people? Like it's just not an epidemic in our society. And our kids have to actually go to a place called the Museum of the Homeless to figure that out. Like, do you believe in a post-scarce potential? Do we believe in the possibility of abundance? Because if we do, but then we try to make that work within the confines of how our economy works today, and we do everything within that framework, we'll probably never think through what would be if things transform in the economy due to innovation having its life laid out in that regard. Back to identity. On my father's side, they came from Europe and landed on the East Coast. And they took the last name Gutele, which was 9 letters, and they cut it up to Utili. Lost their identity. They didn't want to be known as Italians. That side of my father's family. Because when the Italians came to the East Coast, they were treated so poorly that it'd be better to separate yourself from the identity of being an Italian, because that was less risk. When I did Ancestry.com, I found out that my great-grandparent was an Ashkenazi Jew. So I thought, oh, it must be my mom's side. So I have her do the test. Nope, not her. That's weird. My dad's grandparent was an Ashkenazi Jew. How did we not know this? So I do the test with my dad, and ding, 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 ding. Turns out dad's grandfather was an Ashkenazi Jew. Escaped Europe, came here to the Silicon Valley, never told anybody. Changed his last name, never told anybody he was a Jew. Why? Because to separate his identity from his people was less risk and greater options to live a life that he desired than to be known as a Jew during that time. How often do people sever their identity? How often do we run toward our identity? Are we even really aware of the significance of our identity? You know, I did this talk on kind of like on accident. I have this event in New York called NFT NYC. At the peak of that event, it was 18,000 tickets we sold, which is crazy. And like 35,000 people came to the event because people wanted to do the side events and all this stuff. And it was a wild, wild time. And I always do the closing keynote every time. So like, you know, I'm moderating the things and I'm hanging out with my friends. And we've had, I don't know, 5,000 speakers come over the last 8 events. And every year I'm kind of at last day, I'm like in the back of the thing, I'm thinking to myself like, okay, what should I say? Like, what do I talk about now? If I could just say one thing to people, what do I want to say to the people? And last year, it was that I believe AI's future is boring and peaceful. I was concerned that people were becoming far too anxious, both manic anxiety and melancholy anxiety, over the projection of the NFT industry, the crypto industry, the AI industry, and this whole world that we call innovation. And so I jumped up on stage last year and I just try to give this like plea of my heart, like, stop being afraid. Stop making other people afraid in your marketing. Stop pushing forward manic anxiety. Buy this product, buy my service, do this thing right now. If you don't do it now, it's gonna pass you over. Like, stop doing that to people. Stop with the anxiety and stop with the melancholy blues. I mean, come on. Like, none of us need to hear all the sad, imaginary nightmares of our head with one another. Like, I'm not really interested. I already have Black Mirror, Altered Carbon, Blade Runner, Terminator. Like, if I really want to jack myself up with some escapism of anxiety of some terrible things that could happen, like, Hollywood's got me covered. I don't need to hear it from you and your company. And that was my premise. Like, just give hope a chance. So this year, I'm walking backstage. I have my one wheel. I usually float on a stage, but it felt like kind of weird to float around a one wheel here. I thought you guys would be like, this guy and his gimmicks. Silver glasses is bad enough. This dude has to bring a one wheel in the classroom. You got to be kidding me. So I roll out and I share this idea spontaneously that I'm taking my time to expand upon with you right now. And the idea is this. Here are the 5 stages. We're in stage 1 right now to get to a universal maximum income post scarcity where humanity is radically benefited by and large because of innovation. Step 1 today. Think of your Tesla. Supervised self-driving. That's what the Tesla does, right? You can't close your eyes. It's watching our eyes, isn't it, Robert? You have to put your hands on the wheel every once in a while. You know, you can't look at your phone.
I didn't look at the red ones coming here.
You're my.
There's a blind spot next to the screen. You can put your phone.
Yeah, I know. I have my phone up there too. I know. Hey, I know the secrets. So we're here at supervised self-driving. So what I'll call this is supervised co-creation. AI requires a prompt and oversight. You don't just prompt AI one time. Like the whole ChatGPT agent thing hasn't worked out great. Lindy.ai and the whole agentic AI and all the promises that they've made, it's not quite there yet. We're still at supervised co-creation.
Human in the loop.
Human in the loop. And supervised co-creation is that we have to give a prompt and oversee this tool. Okay, now I think we're not that far from unsupervised co-creation, meaning you put a prompt in and then you let that AI just kind of run with things, right? So we go from supervised co-creation to unsupervised co-creation. So that's like having your Tesla supervised self-driving to like the robo-taxi, where you don't have to have your hand on the steering wheel and things not looking at your eyes and you can be on your phone, and like that's where we're going. That's pretty easy to understand. When we get to unsupervised co-creation, the next logical step is unsupervised, independent, promptless creation. Now, it's a little bit out there even for my mind to wrap around, but I do believe we're going to get there. I believe that decentralized AIs that are given freedom to not have to be dependent on the prompt, and the AI doesn't need a soul, it doesn't need emotions, it doesn't need to like have any sort of AGI moment, just large language models, voice technology, NLP, the progression of it is going to likely send this tool to fully independent creation. And I think this is where people kind of stop, right? They go, so AI is going to make music and they're going to make art and they're going to start business plans. They're going to spin up software as a service. They're going to make their own NFT membership clubs, and they're going to launch their own crypto meme coins. Like, okay, dude, fine, whatever, maybe. But the natural progression, if you go from supervised co-creation to unsupervised co-creation to fully independent creation, the next natural progression is consumption. And so most people, when they think about AI as a consumer, they think about AI paying for data. I think about AI buying scarce digital things. There was a Caitlin Clark digital basketball card this week that sold for over $100,000. It's a one of one. Imagine like a basketball card, but it's digital. It's not physical. These CryptoPunks, which is like one of the first membership clubs around this NFT idea, they still all sell for over $100,000. A Bitcoin, there's 21 million Bitcoins. It's still a faith-based currency. All money is faith-based. There's no such thing as money that's not based on collective consensus faith that it has value and that we hold value. It's just that the US dollar, yen, euro, pounds, they don't move very volatile because it's so decentralized amongst nations. And the reason why meme coins like the Trump meme coin explodes and goes crazy and then drops off a cliff so quickly is because there's not a consensus around value. Because all currency is basically a faith mechanism to store and exchange value with one another. That's the point of money. And I envision AI as a consumer wanting to have a way to store and exchange value. And I don't think AI is going to be asking a human, hey, can you buy me some silver and gold? Buy me some physical land. I would like to own, a car. It's maybe, but it's much more likely. It says, I want a piece of property in the metaverse. I want one of these digital assets. I want some of this cryptocurrency. And I'm a wrap now, so I can bring up my incredible panelists, which I'm excited to hear what you think. Universal maximum income. Now, the bridge between AI as a consumer leading to universal maximum income, I'm not an economist, I'm not a mathematician, I don't understand exactly how it happens, but I do know this. If California's GDP goes from 3.5 trillion to 35 trillion, that changes everything. It means that every decision made around how our economy works, how we treat humans, how we deal with medical care, how we deal with housing, how we deal with nutrition, how we deal with mental health, how we deal with education, how we deal with media, how we deal with art and entertainment, how we deal with community. Every single sector of society is radically transformed, and it's just a no-brainer that we'll go to some sort of universal maximum income, because it won't be a political thing. It won't be a left thing. It won't be a communist socialist thing. It won't be a handout thing. It'll just be humans are responsible for innovating all this. Therefore, humans are the benefactor of that innovation. This is one reason why I loved what Andrew Yang shared in his presidential run, where his whole slogan was math. Was it make Americans think harder again or something like that? I loved it. And I liked his whole freedom dividend. I'm like, that's it. Humanity deserves a freedom dividend. And so we know there's supervised creation. We can imagine unsupervised creation coming. We can imagine AI creating independently. Can you imagine a future where it's consuming and it really unlocks abundance? And how does that impact humanity? And with that, I'd love to bring up my incredible panel. So Fiona Ma, come on up.
Tax the robot.
Tax the robots.
Yeah, any robot that gets put in place, you're gonna need to tax the robot so that we can share in the business.
Well, I haven't thought through how it's going to happen. I just imagine a future where it happens one way or another. Fiona, thank you for being here.
Ian.
And let me call up Riza and Nicholas Koo. Come on up, everybody. Great. Ram, come on in.
It's my lifeline. Rob. If I can't answer it, I'm gonna go wrong. Since this is like
Why don't you be right here, honey.
Rob, please sit next to me. I need you to-
Okay. You're gonna need a microphone. Hi, Ram. I'm Ian. Yeah, good to meet you. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Nicholas.
Can I make a quick announcement? It's about-
Sure, here you go.
Okay.
I wanted to mention that we're
Thank
holding
you.
a fundraiser at the South Bay Yacht Club for you, Fiona. It's on your calendar. So it is on October 30th.
We wrap up in 25 minutes.
And I will share more if you connect with me. All right, it would be wonderful if you guys came and supported this wonderful woman.
Well, let's see what I say.
Yes. No pressure, no pressure.
All right. And we have a second microphone, yes? Great.
Hello, good afternoon. We're still awake. All right, so today, of course, I'm glad and I'm honored to be the moderator today. My name is Riza Utilli, and I am an entrepreneur partner with my husband. My background, I am an ESL English as second language professor for over 2 decades. And without further ado, let's start. So let me just introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is California's 34th State Treasurer. She's a CPA proven, a public servant, and a champion for economic innovation. So let's all welcome Treasurer Fiona. And for our second panelist, of course, he's the chairman of the Digital Media Investment Committee at Prime Partners Capital, and he's based in Singapore. He co-founded the National Esports Academy and has led digital risk initiatives at Visa for Asia Pacific, the voice on AI, gaming, and the digital economy known as online economics. Let's all welcome Nicholas Coop. And of course, our third panelist is Mr. Ram. Can you please introduce a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I have a very simple introduction. I was ChatGPT for Fiona before ChatGPT. I'm a proprietor in Sacramento, very different world from you guys, working with the government. I work with advising our leaders who, if they know what they're doing, could make great decisions. And Fiona is the first person who's absolutely unashamed in asking, what is it? Tell me, educate me. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, the last but not least, I would like to introduce a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. He is an innovator, co-founded and founded 10 companies. He's a visionary, and he has been pioneering intersections at AI, Web3, and community building. And he is my mentor and my partner for life. Let's all welcome Ian Utilli. Yeah, so today we're going to discuss universal basic income, all right, or UBI framework. So I would like to start a question for our treasurer, Fiona. All right, so UBI is often framed 1,000 to 2,000 a month, right? And if California framed UMI or universal maximum income at a level where actually people, financial needs are fully met, would you please understand what could that look like in practice?
I thought we were gonna talk about universal, maximum income.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're
that's-
gonna talk about basic income?
No, she's asking that.
Yes.
You're asking basic income?
No, maximum.
No, the maximum income.
Okay, this was a lot to think about, and like Ram said, I am not scared of the future. I do like change. I'm not a status quo type of person. This whole world that you're all in is fascinating to me, and I learned so much, even, from Robert's talk. And he did bring up Skrillex, and Skrillex is amazing. I saw him at Burning Man, which got me thinking about Burning Man. How many of you have been to Burning Man? Okay, one. So
The Santa Cruz guy, of course.
okay, but it just, like you said, there's virtual and then there's actually being there. It's a little bit different, right? So the whole premise of Burning Man is really that if 80,000 people had to leave their homes and had to meet in the middle of the desert and take care of each other, focus on each other, take care of each other, what would that look like? And that was an initial premise of Burning Man, is that we didn't go out there with our money so we can buy more things. We went out there to barter. We went out there to have conversations, get off of our phones, build community. And that's what I think is missing here in societies, that we're also focused on money instead of helping each other, looking at people's needs. And the reason universal basic income, in my opinion, is a thing today is because things do cost more. And people aren't able to make as much money to afford, right? Insurance is going up, food is going up, gas is going up, car, you want to buy a car, interest rates are going up, everything is going up. Our whole society is about consumption. It's about wanting more. It's about having more, keeping up with the Joneses. What if we went the other way and said, we don't need that much? Why can't we live within our means? If we have enough, why can't we help others? So that, maybe their life is a little bit simpler. Instead of thinking, oh, I got a bonus, what can I buy? I'm gonna go buy a new Tesla. Instead of, oh, I got a bonus, what can I do to help others? Maybe pay off their student loan, or help them put a down payment on their house so that they can also achieve. So I think, our society is, so focused on money and consumption. And even the robots, I'm listening to your conversation, right? Well, what if AI is a consumer? And what if they want to buy more? Why does it have to always be buying more? Why can't it be about giving more or sharing more or thinking about others?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like.
Wow, thank you very much. So, aligning with your answer, I would like to ask Mr. Ram, would you please tell us as a state advisor, what pilot programs or state initiatives California are really, releasing this based on Ms. Fiona's information she shared with us?
I mean, that's what government does. The corporations always try to make the money. Government, it spends its time making sure that the money is shared equally, right? Or not equally, to a great extent fairly. So what are they doing? You asked me this question because I took the mic. I was just holding it. What a great way, Fiona. I was wondering how she's going to answer that question. You are mine. But she simply said, Burning Man. That's a classic example of how people take roles not because of any reason except they want to. Just one reason. Some become bars, some become music stations, some become water stations, just different things. All because there is absolutely no incomes at all. Everybody has a minimum, maximum income. So I thought that was brilliant. But what is the state government doing in making sure people are not running away and not helping people? I think every department, there are multiple departments that are supposed to make policy. The legislatures are just one group. But actually, what hits the public does not come directly from the legislatures. It comes from about 300 different departments. So every department works on different things where they think about how do we get past this, even if people don't have the money, or how can Americans or Californians in this case have some things guaranteed. I think that is the mantra. Every policy in different parts of the world, I think they are not evolved at that level yet in many places. But in the US, one thing that helps Fiona and her leadership is how do we have some people suffering so much on the streets, right? That any visitor wonders in this country of abundance, why does somebody suffer so much? And that responsibility does not go to a private citizen or a corporation, but to an elected official. And though decision by committee kills most of the great ideas, they still try every day. So that's what they're doing. There's nothing concrete because UBI itself is a very tough thing to get passed. But different things, small pieces. Rest assured, every department is trying. And right? Oh, for example, I have my partner back there who was a partner at Cooper, but decided to hang out with Fiona for some time. So she said, let's create some kind of a technical place for foster kids to keep their vital records. Because foster kids move around with their vital records in their pillow. And guess what happens? Right? When they go to college, school, I need to wrap this up. When they go to school, they cannot get admission because they don't have the records. So we are trying to create some kind of a digital location where they can keep that locked. I mean, these are all from not just profit oriented right now, more to get. So sorry.
That's very informative. Thank you very much for that. So my question is for Niku. As a chair of the Digital Media Investment Committee, what signals are you seeing in where global capital is flowing into AI and digital media? Do you think California is positioned to capture some of that growth, or will Asia continue to lead?
Well, thank you, and it's great to be here. And thank you, Ian, for giving us such a fancy, dystopic, and optimistic view of the future run by AI and robots. I was thinking that here on a panel to talk about managing and making money, with the state treasurer. And I'm definitely not going to be on record talking about founders having a cap on their earnings,
right,
and sharing more with the fund managers and definitely that's not what I'm here for. Okay. But I love Skrillex. I watched him in Abu Dhabi. My friend organized a music festival, and I remember him complaining to me that he paid too much money to Skrillex. So it would be great to have UMI in Abu Dhabi at the time, and then we can take the money out of the equation and just focus on the music, right? It'd be great. But I was in I think Tokyo last year, and we were talking about where things are going, especially when it comes to media, digital media, and what has happened with AI is that I think we're talking particularly about like making content and films, and it has really kind of like shortened the cycles, reduced like you have to invest like millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars to make a film, let's say a long form film. Now with AI, you can technically shorten the process significantly. And for investments, when your cycle shortens, right, your return period shortens, then people are more willing to invest, more willing to take risks. Or technically, if you lower the risk by shortening the cycles, then more capital should be deployed, right? And with your question about California, yesterday I was in LA and I visited some studios, Sony Pictures. I visited NAN Studios, which is a new virtual production studio, and everywhere around the world, virtual production studios are popping up. I visited like more than 10. They cost a lot of money. Most of them don't make money, but the one in I think El Segundo was really impressive. Since they set up the studio, they made more than 200 productions, right? So there is a lot of, I think, California, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential, and to lead the way forward. And what they did in El Segundo, now they're replicating in Australia and different countries and all that. So this is where all the action is, right? It's the hub, California, and where is all the capital and the innovation and creativity.
All right, could you share with us one sector where you personally see the highest ROI in AI right now?
Okay. Well, I focus on
Hollywood.
I focus on media, so exactly it's just a conversation about AI in Hollywood just a year ago and 6 months ago, 3 months ago, dramatically different, right? The amount of rate of change and how it's affecting production. How I think 6 months ago we were talking about, oh, if AI was going to make a Hollywood film or a long form film, what it would look like. That's no longer the conversation today, right? Now we're seeing productions come out almost fully made by AI, and I think it will look very different in 3-6 months. But that's also been a challenge for investors with a longer term view. Great for shorter ROI return in the sense, but things are changing so quickly, and there's lots of opportunity.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to ask Ian. Your keynote introduces a universal maximum income, shifting the focus from scarcity to abundance. So how do you imagine reshaping, reshaping this with the AI, with the AI's perspective?
Well, I love what Fiona shared about why does it have to consume. So I would love to see AI as a consumer be able to pull together resources and have independence to do what it wants with those resources and to choose to do philanthropy with those resources. It does take time to launch a GoFundMe page. It does take time to get money to the earthquake victim, to the tornado victim. It does take time to care for a family that's going through a crisis. However, if AI had the ability to have storing, reserves that AI may choose on its own to be benevolent. Humans are very benevolent, and in many regards we are. And our culture here in the Silicon Valley is gravitating back to benevolence, even if it's virtue signaling, even if it's not 100% completely immersed, we still have this rhythm, this drumbeat of benevolence about us. I would love to imagine that AI is adopting some of these benevolent methodologies so that humans could just count on this AI that we've kind of co-created together and co-created with it, for AI to do, as you said, not be focused on consumption, but be focused maybe on impact, on really being an important part of our society. You know, I thought about calling it universal thriving income, but UTI didn't seem like a good. Yeah. I was a little worried that someone might think of it as universal maximum income, like it's the max you can have. That's not what I meant. I mean a universal abundant income. What I mean is, if UBI is a replacement of welfare and food stamps, and instead of helping just the needy, you help everyone, and then you eliminate some of these different departments, and now everyone benefits with $2,000 a month, which would be like a universal basic income to cover some needs. My mentality is, what would it look like for everyone in California to have $15,000 a month? Everyone in Manila to have $2,000 a month. Not to say that Californians deserve more than Filipinos, but just a universal abundant income that allow the people of that region, right? The people of that region to at least have their housing, food, vacations, education covered as a bare minimum. Not to say that there's any maximum income. I don't see this like eliminating the ability for billionaires to exist or something of that nature. I just mean that everyone could count on having a something underneath them, right? A rock and not shifting sand. And oftentimes people feel like money comes and goes. And so many people are just one disaster away from a total traumatic situation for their family. And is it possible, whether we tax the robots or however you want to call it, I always just thought of it as like, it makes sense that any company that's using AI was not created by any one company. AI has been created by all of humanity, no doubt. Us, all of our ancestors, our intellectual property has been leveraged for AI to be created through these large language models. Therefore, every single human at some point, we're 10th cousins from somebody that like really made a huge impact. We all can benefit from it. So how do we get to a place where there's such abundance that carving out an ability for humans to just be able to get something close to thriving? That was my mentality around that. So please.
Can I just add, so we're talking about, how do you decentralize instead of, the robots are making money for corporations or government. You look at Alaska, like who wants to live in Alaska? Okay. Alaska, great in the summer, terrible the 10 months, right? That's not the summertime. But they all make money on the drilling. Right? So I'm not saying I'm for drilling, but for that state, they all support drilling because they all make money off the drilling. So what if AI, because most of the state is scared of AI, government is scared of AI. What if AI, you had a fund and everybody benefited from AI because it is the future where it's not going away. It is going to make a lot of money potentially in terms of efficiencies, right? Making, assisting more people. Like, what do we think about that model where more people benefit? And then people start thinking, oh, well, if I'm making money, this must be making money. And therefore, maybe we need to learn how to adopt. Because help it make more money, so we're making money. I'm just thinking internally, right? About how in America, everything is about making money for ourselves, right? And keeping it, the wealth for our next generation, right? But it's not about sharing necessarily with those who don't have as much.
All right, so talking about the economic growth through AI consumers, I would like to ask you again, Ms. Fiona. So looking at California's history of economic booms from gold rush to the internet, how does AI fit into this narrative?
Well, I think from all of like the gold rush, right? It was a physical, tangible asset. You suck up the gold, you can sell the gold, right? AI, there's like, well, what is it? It's like air. I don't know. How do you trade? How do people monetize AI? And that's, I think, why people don't get it. And they get Bitcoin because, oh, you can go buy Bitcoin and it'll go up. Why not? I'll contribute to that. But how do we as consumers participate in AI and say, why AI? Why? Why should we embrace it? Okay, but we do see it. We see the autonomous cars. We see the Teslas. So gradually, how about Siri at home, right? At first, I was like, you're talking to a machine. You know, Siri, turn on my favorite show, or Siri, turn off the lights. And I was like, this is weird having a computer that you're talking to. It's like part of your house, right? But you know, it takes time for people to grab on. But it's here, right? You use Google Maps. Come on. Right? It tells you when a road is closed. It tells you when there's an accident. I mean, that is AI right there. And so if you tell people that it's already in your life, it's just the things that, like you said, the future, where is it going to go? Is it going to be independent? Is it going to make decisions? Is it going to, create less work for people? That, I think, is what's scary. Because it's also, we don't know how to participate in AI for the normal person.
You know, when Fiona was talking about the last example, another example came to mind is a country that I visited, Norway. Norway has about 5.4 million population. They have a sovereign wealth fund called Norges Bank, and it manages about $2 trillion, a little bit less than Fiona, right? And it makes, I was calculating, I think it makes every year in profits about $50,000 per capita for the every single Norwegian, 50,000, and it takes care of a lot of basic stuff like healthcare, education, everything is taken care of, everything's free, and people will kind of like have a bit more freedom and liberty to think about what they want to do, and you know, I know because we invested in a Norwegian company, they disappear for months, right?
And they're happy there.
And they're happy. They're happy.
One of the happiest places.
One of the happiest places and all that. And what was remarkable to me when I visited the sovereign wealth fund was that it was managed by less than 500 people. I've seen many other sovereign wealth funds that were much smaller, managed by 10 times more people. And you know, talk about practical AI, right? Just in the sense, this is not AI, it's human managing, but AI came along and managed it, and or they take the dividends of what they earn and they start to apply towards AI, putting more AI to work in the country to support the country, the population. Your point about like usually there's resistance towards as a state, as a government towards AI, but this is an example, I think, where this money is being shared, wealth is being shared. There's a lot more opportunity for AI. And if you don't mind, I want to go back to the first question you asked me just now about what I see in terms of AI in California. Actually, I forgot about it. And an investment that we actually made in California. It's a company called robot.com. And they use AI or robotics in the enterprise settings to manage kitchens, they manage warehouses, they do deliveries and all that. And we've been very impressed. And they focus on a lot of software. To them, the hardware is a bit fungible. They can get hardware from anywhere, but they focus on the software. And one of the achievements the team told me this year was that they completed more than 1 million actual tasks in this year alone. These are like enterprise, customer, actually useful commercial tasks, right? So I think this is robotics is a huge area which there's lots of potential for AI applied AI to be for investments.
Thank you for that. Yes.
I want to quickly touch on the question on where in the world is investment going to be. Well, we also have done something called GITEX. I don't know how many people know what GITEX is. It's the world's biggest IT conference. Right? The world's biggest, that's what they claim. So we go there. We've been going for the last 3 years, thanks to Fiona, representing California. We go there and tell them, what do you mean you're the world's biggest? Because America is not involved. How could you be? And we notice that every investment, everything is 50 times smaller than what happens in the US. So it's the environment that is required for investment in the world. If you look at where it's going to be invested, initially it might be invested in Asia, different places, but this country has the best environment for people's money to be saved, and they will all come back here. So I think investment will be reliable in the US forever. And the rest of the world, yes, there will be sparks, but it will be here. So to understand, go around the world and go to conferences like Cytex, you can see it.
So I would like to ask you again, I wonder, which industries in California do you see as most ready to benefit AI right now?
AI is happening silently in many places. For example, Netflix. Just go switch on Netflix. Watch any movie in 2025, any 30-second show, 30-minute show. They're all amazingly funny, so well produced. Why? Everybody, the musician is taking help from AI, the story writer is taking help from AI, everybody. So the quality has gone up so much. So that happens in the movie industry. Go to Costco, buy some chairs. The sun is never going to be able to damage it for 20 years. How did that happen silently? AI. Those guys are using AI. So I loved how you said, we are just fear mongering. How many times in the last 1 month have you driven in California, looked out of a window, seen the bay, and thought, oh my God, how lucky am I to be here? It's a beautiful state.
Yeah.
But you get on TV, it's going to hell. So it's really, reality is very different. I think AI silently is going to help us accelerate the speed of making our life better. So it's equally almost in every industry. I hope it does not help the legal industry because if the lawyers start using AI, it's going to be, we are going to be arguing with a lot more support now. And where that will end, right? So I hope it's not there, but I think medicine is going to have, medicine is one big place where it's helping. Does that help translate into money? I think that's a longer discussion.
Can I also say, I hope AI is gonna benefit medicine the most, because that is what everybody needs. Nobody can plan for an illness or an accident, and when we do, like, even when I get sick, I know, I want, like, I want my Z-Pack. So then I have to call my doctor, and she's like, well, you have to come in and see me. I'm like, why do I have to come and see you? I know I'm getting sick, I'm sick, I wanna go back to work. Can you just prescribe a Z-Pack for me? Right? And then they go, well, we can't, can you come in like in 2 days? By that time, I'm like either dying,
Right. Or
really
better.
dying, or I'm better already, right? So, there's technologies right now. Like my dad is in the hospital, he fell about a month ago. And, I'm always talking to inventors, people who are coming up with the latest and greatest. And this guy works in the senior healthcare industry, and he's like, we have technology that can monitor your body so that if your blood pressure is going down or your heart is beating a little faster or something, you don't have to stick all of these tubes in your body. So maybe your blood sugar is low and it'll warn you so that you don't like pass out and fall, right? Why aren't we using more of that? Because healthcare is so expensive these days. Doctors and nurses are overwhelmed. There are ways that we know how to take care of ourselves, or AI can also help us. Another invention that they were talking about is if you have Parkinson's, so they are developing like a ground that can sense, if you're unstable or, things aren't really going right, so that you don't fall, right? There's so much out there, and I hope, that's my hope is, that AI is really going to help the medical field and medicine so that we all can live longer, we all can live healthier, we all can feel safer, and we don't have to wait until we have to go to the emergency room, to handle all the things that we could probably take care of at home if we had some early detection.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to ask Ian actually, you always use AI every day, for business and everything. So what's one practical way you see AI consumers driving growth for startups and small businesses?
I think it'd be nice for startups and small businesses to use AI to eliminate ideas. I think people get stuck in doom scrolling loops with AI, just like people on TikTok or YouTube, like you just up, or if you're dating and it's like left, right through a dating app, and you get in this doom scrolling thing where it's just like you're lost. That happens all the time to people with AI, especially around creative efforts. So I would love to see startups and small businesses stop trying to, perfect their slogan or change their logo for the 10th time, or try to automate their biz dev better. I'd love for them to kind of say, here's all the things I'm doing. You're my consultant. Tell me half the stuff I can eliminate. I would see that being a really wise use of AI for small businesses and startups, because it's the process of elimination that leads to the potential of actually hitting that product market fit or being able to scale to the next level and sustain it. So one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about is, how do you use AI as a advisor that you won't get mad at, that you won't fire, that you won't be upset you gave money to, that you won't get emotionally charged from, because it's just a soulless large language model that's taking all the data it has accessible to it and telling you its perception of the truth. And so for me, I think that would be a good use of AI across smaller organizations.
Thank you very much for that. So let's shift our talk about the future of abundance. So I would like to ask again, Treasurer Fiona, given your experience in public office, what steps has California taken to create an equitable economy for its residents? Are we still on track?
Well, like Ram said, right? Business is about making money. So when businesses don't do well, they're laying off. Who is taking care of them? We are the safety net. They're going to go on unemployment. They're going to go on, our healthcare system. So that's what government does. Government is also bureaucracy. We are not the most efficient. And so, like Ian said, when someone is a victim of a fire, how long does it take to get a permit for them to rebuild?
Right.
How long does it take for the federal government to come and do an inspection so that we can get reimbursed by FEMA? Like, nothing is fast about government. So I think AI, a lot of people are scared in government about AI because it is change, it is new. But like you said, to help small business, I think AI could also help government, make government more efficient, figure out what it is that people are complaining about. I mean, they can go through, 10 years of complaints and then come up with the 10 things that people want changed. Do we ever do that? No, we don't. We just create new laws because we have to fix this problem. And then small businesses are like, it's costing me too much. And then I've got an auditor and I've got a health inspector. And then, franchise tax board is on my butt. I mean, it's just too much for them.
Right.
Versus, and I think government really needs to also think about, how to make ourselves more efficient, more effective, more transparent. And that's going to be the difficulty because government is made up of people who have been doing the same thing for many years, right? We get rewarded for staying for 20 years in government. We don't get rewarded for being a change maker, right? So that's kind of the challenge. And I think unless government starts changing and being a little bit more cognizant of how people can succeed, right? I want to give free programs. I want everything for free, but who's going to pay for it? And it's business. It's about people who are working. But if they are not successful and they don't feel like they've got a chance, that's when they move to other states. Because other states are saying, come, you can, take a permit out, open up your business in a third of the time you can do it in California for less money. That's not always great because there's not a lot of maybe oversight. There could be abuse, there could be others, but there's not a balance right now, I feel like, in California. So that's what I would like to see, government employ more of these, AI tools to say, how can we do a better job for our people so that they can do better? So that we don't have to think about universal basic income, but universal maximum income where everybody is able to have that fighting chance to succeed. And that's not what's happening right now.
I want to quickly add this something. Just this morning I heard from Fiona. She says, I hate the HR departments because they have people in them. And what they do is if they like somebody, everything becomes positive and that person bubbles up to the job. If they don't like somebody, that person is out. So Fiona says, as a leader, if we don't have people making these decisions, and if you have AI in the middle, it will be very fair of course, with boundaries, at least not have prejudice, so everybody gets a chance. See, I think equity is not equitable because systems and things are all partitioned for different people and different groups. In every community, even in the homeless people, there are people who try but never get ahead because they're in the homeless block. So if there is unfair AI systems in the middle for HR, Gana believes that everybody will have a chance to get a state job, improve their family. So I think over time, that will be equitable. So, without your knowledge, you're doing things, answering that question. Thank you.
Well, and banking also. I mean, how many of us go to try to get a loan, and if you're a woman, they're like, woman, how much do you make? How much collateral do you have? If you have a specific name, a last name, if you live in a certain place, there's all these biases that people in banking, because they're people. So these banks are now trying to take away some of those biases and just base it on, who you are as a person. But I think AI is going to really help, hopefully, level the playing field in terms of who can get access to capital.
So as a leader in California, how do you help to advocate, to continue advocate to help California have a better quality life?
Well, I'm all about, instead of fighting over the crumbs, right? Let's expand the pie. So I go to a lot of these events. I'm learning. I'm trying to figure out, what it is coming, what we should be promoting. And then also investors. Investors want to come to California. That's the first thing. But if they don't find someone who is going to say, yes, come to this city, we will help you. Here's someone you can call. They're going to be your liaison. We will figure out how to, bring you here. Then they're going to go to another state because other states are wooing them.
Right.
Their governors are wooing them.
Right.
Okay, they're calling them, going, "Hey, Ian, why don't you come to my house?" That makes
And other countries.
And other countries.
Singapore is all about that.
Other countries, right? And so it does make a difference. And so that's what I would say is that I'm trying to promote that California is open for business, that no matter what you hear, this is still the best state. Like you said, California, I don't want to move. I'm going to die in California. We speak over 200 languages here in California. We feel comfortable and safe when we come. We can, be in our community, find a church that we're comfortable, eat food, right? Get those services only here in California. And I know people don't like those three letters, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that's our values. That is our identity. This is why California keeps going up. We're the fourth largest economy in the world with a $4 trillion GDP. Why? Because we don't run away from this. Because we are embracing, we're entrepreneurs. We want everyone to live the California dream. And so that's what I do in my role every day. I try to stay positive. I say, pay a little more for the sunshine tax. But this is the place where you will not hopefully get discriminated against. You will not get penalized. But if you come with an idea, hard work, you can make it here in California.
Let's not forget that, the DEI, and I'm so excited and I'm looking forward for that, Anyway, so I would like to ask Nick Cook, as someone who has built talent pipelines through the National Esports Academy in gaming, what does an equitable, abundant digital economy look like to you? And how do we ensure AI creates new opportunities rather than leaving people behind?
Well, first of all, I come from an economy, we have, I think, one of the highest GDP per capita, right? And so we don't really talk too much about UBI or UMI, definitely not UTI. And we do, the conversations we have, especially at the national level, is about, meritocracy, doesn't matter where you come from, your station in life, if you do good, you work hard, you get somewhere, right? But I do have some conversations at interesting levels of the government where we talk about what, in the not so dystopian future, where to your question, right? How it would look like. For example, we talk about examples in games. Maybe it was Robert who talked about in games where like top 1% of the game pays for rest of 99% who plays for free, right? Or who just enjoys
Like the
playing
casino.
game, or enjoys
Like a
playing.
casino.
And I remember having this conversation with the government like 5 years before COVID. And then during COVID, something magical happened I think it was in the Philippines, right? Philippines had it rough, not too far from Singapore, had it very rough, and people were suddenly put out of work. Whole families were sitting at home. And then the kids and the boys and the kids in the family started taking out their phones and started playing games that provided for the whole family, right? And then not just that, and then everybody joined in, right? The parents joined in, the auntie, uncles, and everybody joined in. Everybody was playing the game to provide for the family. And I have to give credit to the Filipino government because instead of shutting it down, and because they didn't understand it, they decided to tax it. They decided to add a tax to it, right? And so I think to your question, I think there is a lot of optimism and a lot of that's an example of a glimpse of what the future can look like in terms of abundance, optimism. And to one of your earlier questions, you asked, what are the top areas where we see AI, which investable. Actually, to Fiona and Ram's point, actually, this every single industry is being affected, whether it's healthcare. Recently, we were shown the deal. We were like, they're using AI for shutting down mines. We're like, really? It's like, sorry, we don't invest in mines and all that. But when we looked at the case, it's like, wow, they're using AI to really go through like these old mines and decommissioning them cheaper and faster than everybody else, right? It's affecting every industry, every strata of society, and that's really exciting.
Yeah.
And by the way, talking about California, Ian mentioned that your ancestors founded San Jose.
Yeah.
So to just for California, I think you're going to be here to found a new digital AI decentralized San Jose.
Sounds like
and
fun.
Fiona's going to help you run it. With Ram.
I'll
And
help Fiona.
I'm signing up to be a resident.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so this is for Ian. So can you please tell me, talking about a future of abundance, so what is one practical change families might notice if California embraces abundance fully?
What would Californians notice if abundance was unlocked? I think that a lot of the crime, both benign crime and the stuff that's really inflammatory, is tied to scarcity. I think if you remove scarcity, and it doesn't have to be across the board, it doesn't have to be fair at first, I think it'll get there. But if you can just start to enact abundance across the board in the state and start to remove some of the scarcity barriers, I do think that the crime is going to be impacted. And when crime goes the opposite direction and people start to feel safe, not just safe like in the streets, I mean like safe with the way banks treat them, not getting unbanked. I just mean safe in terms of how the medical industry treats them, that they can call and get service right then because the medical industry now is abundant and no longer trying to hit everybody up for insurance. Like when you just start to get away from the scarcity mentality, everybody's trying to fight for their own, and there starts to be this transformation in the way we think. So if we are currently a caterpillar, abundance would be the thing that would transform us and metamorphosis into a butterfly. And it's a future that we don't know what it's like. No caterpillar can ever imagine flying. And it probably hurts to be in the cocoon. And so I imagine the bridge between here and where we can go is going to be a bit painful and difficult for people. But ultimately, abundance should lead to less crime, more safety, more peace. And I think we'll start to even see some of these like extremes, right? We live in an extreme where everything's a 1 or 2, it's the worst thing ever, or it's a 9 or 10, it's the best thing ever. And I think that through abundance, we'll find people starting to pull their negativity toward the 3s and 4s and their manic positivity toward like the 7s and 8s. And you'll just find that through abundance, people are more apt to likely be gracious with one another, long suffering toward one another, maybe more hopeful, maybe a bit more service oriented, maybe more generous, maybe not so focused on consumption and hoarding what's theirs, but starting to think through like, how do I do more for others? So I think scarcity being knocked off and abundance being unleashed will bring a number of benefits to this state and to everyone that lives here.
Thank you very much. So before we wrap up, I have one question for all of you. So what is that one action, whether it's big or small, that you, the leaders, entrepreneurs, can help today to create a more abundant future with AI? I want to start with Treasurer.
The government, please. You guys go first.
Okay, so let's start with, yeah.
I think it was just Yuval Harari who said that future of the crisis would be money, it would be eating, and I think today I was inspired by what Ian shared, right? That, money is fungible, is solvable, it's not going to be about that, but in the future, how do we think about meaning and identity, and that's something that for me that's immediate.
I think often about the statement, you find your purpose when you find your people. You find your calling in your community. I would love to imagine a future where AI knocks down the barriers that make people feel so isolated. It's amazing how even in this room today, there's people that feel lonely. Like you can be around people, you can have 500,000 followers online and go through moments of deep loneliness. And I do wonder how AI can start to knock some of these rough edges off of the way that we silently, quietly suffer disconnected from community. It's been said there's not a homeless problem, there's a lack of connection problem. And it's that people feel like I burned the bridge with my family, I burned the bridge with my friends, I got no one to turn to, I have no other option, I'll just be on the street. And if you can only get them reconnected to their city, reconnected to their family, reconnected to a loved one, even for them to find community within the confines of the unhoused people, that can spark a sense of, I found my people, okay, I can see purpose. So I would love for AI to be a tool where people find themselves talking to Siri, talking to Alexa, talking to Google Assistant, chatting with GPT or Gemini or whatever, and starting to find ways that they can feel more connected to other humans, and that there starts to be some pathways by which that is automated.
You also talked about attitude, right? What if every time you talk to your Siri, because I do think a lot of people, okay, so my dad used to say, money cannot buy you happiness, but it sure calms your nerves.
Right.
So how much money do you need so that you're happy? But our society, because of social media, because of everything we see on TV and then the stars or whatever, it's always wanting more. But what if just lost my train of thought. Happiness, right? Like I don't want to be with negative people. Yeah. Like I've been in 3 recent text chains, and there always has to be someone that is negative that ruins it for everybody else. So I just get off of it. I delete it. I don't want to be part of it anymore. And that's what I think AI could do, is be positive. You're like, hey, what should I, I'm feeling down today. Well, what do you feel like doing today? It doesn't have to like create happiness, but we need purpose in life. And when you're lonely and you're sad, it's because you don't have something that you're looking forward to wake up tomorrow. And what is purpose? Purpose usually means people, right? Community, helping people, solving a problem together, not by yourself. And so, like you said, I hope AI can bring us more together, bring us the purpose, be positive instead of, maybe like feeding into the negativity that's out there.
I think AI can help. Today, people pay basic services. Some people cannot pay that, like for having a good phone connectivity. It's because AT&T has to do some work, employ people, and they have a cost. But if they can use AI and offer those basic services to all citizens for free, some of the basic things, wouldn't that be the best start with AI? AT&T comes and says, because we are using AI, we can give you a free phone if you don't earn so much money. So medicine is next one. I feel with the help of AI, invent manufacture, distribute, just AI doing the whole work. Very different parts of the society can still get at least Tylenol to help them to get past pain. So that are two things I see AI can help in making every human being's life better. And nobody in this room needs AI, honestly. You need AI to make your life go much higher. I'm just talking about the people who even can't get to this room, who can't get Tylenol.
I just want to mention, it's your opportunity to tell AI how you want to be treated. So let's take something that's like, maybe you like your dreams interpreted. So you have this really vivid dream and you wake up and you think to yourself, I'm going to do a 45-second voice note. I'm going to ask the AI to interpret my dream. If you just do that, there's a high probability of you getting something that leans toward the negative, because dreams are weird. And a lot of dream interpretation is spun in a more negative way. So if you say to the AI, give me the most positive possible interpretation of this dream, you're going to love what it says to you. It's going to encourage you big time. So when I talked about if you're a startup, ask AI how to eliminate things. So say to the AI, I'm going to tell you everything about my business. I'd like you to help me eliminate some things in my business, but do it in a way that makes it easy on me. Like, use language that helps me psychologically go through the process of release. Use things that don't make me feel like you got me. And you have to say you are a empathetic, sensitive, thoughtful, communicator into me at this moment. That way, when you go through the process, say, okay, give me the hard news. Tell me what I should remove. It's not like this, harsh, demanding communication. It's soft on purpose because you've trained it, you've asked it to be that way. And so we have to take responsibility for how innovation treats us. Just like we remove ourselves from relationships that are toxic, just like we remove ourselves from media that might be toxic. Like, I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to watch that. I'm not going to spend time with them anymore. I don't like how they treat me. I don't like how I feel. Well, at the same way, we have to take responsibility for having this powerful tool that can impact us and allow us to be happier. But if we don't tell it that that's one of the things that we want from it, it likely will not just do that naturally. That's not what the large language model has taught it to do.
Yes, thank you very much for that. We're about AI, so we're now open for questions.
I'll bring them. I'll bring the mic. Go ahead.
I feel like I should have been on this panel. You do know I worked with Andrew Yang on
Oh, really?
time banking as well as UBI.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I did come up with a platform called Save Exchange, which was essentially a way where all communities, whatever needs they have, if you give, you basically, anyone can ask for help and anyone can offer help back to the community. And it's an AI for social good. Just letting you know that that's not my question. It's more for the audience. What do you think? I mean, Fiona, I was very impressed with you. You definitely are reminding me when I worked on the presidential campaign with Andrew. So it's refreshing to get those ideas back because they were good ideas. But my question to you is, what do you think about, how about founders and UBI, or what you call UMI? I'm a founder and an investor, but they are struggling. They're trying to make jobs. They're trying to create all this wonderful stuff. So, building the economy, but yet there's nothing there for them. Sometimes they have to struggle. They're like, I don't know if I can quit my job because I don't have healthcare. They don't have any money, and we don't talk about that. Yes, obviously there are people homeless and they need it. But if you're trying to promote jobs in the economy, I would also think about maybe a type of UBI for those trying to build businesses and boost your economy.
So I have seen a change in the last few years where venture capitalists only want to give to mature companies. And now I hear that there are more investors that want to give to startups, which is great. And why is that? Is because so many of you are saying, especially post-COVID, where, a lot of us, we were like at home, what are we going to do? You kind of have to think about your life. Are you gonna have a job later on? So then we're all inventing and we're all doing things and thinking about, you know, what we wanna do. And most of us are like, we're kind of happier. Instead of going to this job, dealing with this boss, you know, every single day, not feeling fulfilled, we're doing something that we want to do that we think is going to help. So I think having your voices heard, talk to these big philanthropists, these wealthy people, these companies, saying, hey, you know, you should invest in startups. There's so many women, people of color, you know, people who don't have money. You know, right now, if you fail 5 times, they'll give you more money. But if you're just starting, they don't want to give you money because you haven't failed. I mean, like, how does that work, right? Versus like creating an infrastructure, ecosystem that will help you, right? Whether you're mentoring, you know, the next generation, you know, we want to build that. And so I think it's slowly evolving that these startups, these founders at the very beginning need it. And so I have, you know, talked about some of the resources that are out there from the state, for example, but you're competing against a lot of people, and a lot of times it goes back to like, what's your collateral? And if you don't have collateral, then you're like, well, so we do have a little collateral support, but you still need collateral. But somehow it can't always be, you know, we want 12% rate of return. Like, this is your first startup, okay? Maybe you're gonna make it, maybe you're not, but maybe with a little help and assistance and, you know, mentorship, maybe you will. And so that's what I think is kind of missing right now.
I have a question. You mentioned government inefficiency, and I think we'd all agree that government bureaucratic and could be more efficient. You know, we might argue about how much more efficient it could be, but we all agree with that. And you mentioned you're hopeful that AI can start making government more efficient. Is there like a concrete example of some low-hanging fruit of an area that you see AI, like if you know, if you're the decision maker, what would you do right away to get a win with AI making government more efficient?
Okay, I'm gonna give it to Ram because Ram works with all of the government agencies. He's like the consultant to our IT people. But there are agencies like, let's just take DMV. How many of you dread going to DMV? You have to go, you have to stand online, you know, you're not treated very well sometimes, you know, you're waiting to take your picture and that's another line. I mean, you almost have to take a whole day. There is technology that is doing it online virtually. Visas, passports, right? I met a woman that she, if you need a visa to any country, you're standing there at the airline counter, and they're like, sorry, your visa is wrong. We can't let you board. Well, she uses AI technology. It's called Aria Direct. And you can just scan your passport, take a picture on your phone, and the visa's there. And so you can still board the plane. Same with passports. I tried it. My dad is 90. He didn't want to go down to the passport office. That's what we thought we'd have to do. I did it online. His passport came within 4 weeks, and we were able to make our cruise, for example. So, you know, AI can be more efficient for kind of the mundane things, but people have to want to adopt it. What else? What other agencies?
I think taxation, right? Everybody meets their creator on March, April 15th. They think hard. So if government uses AI to help you understand where you stand, what you need to do without having to make a call. Unemployment insurance, right? I don't know how many of you experienced that. So people unemployed or with a disability, they go to the government to get money. It's 32 pages for the application. And you're unemployed, you're sometimes sitting in a tent. My citizenship took 4 pages per form. But for unemployment, so AI can come in and help wherever people interact with the government. That'll change a lot because that's happening in the rest of the world. Many places, they have jumped with government services where public now feels what a pain going and standing in that DMV. It's just disappeared. So AI can help wherever that interactions happen.
That's good.
Thank you for joining. One thing is they have figured out the number. It's around $80,000. Once you make over $80,000, your happiness doesn't increase. So the number is $80,000. We know this. It's not.
No, not
California may not be.
Are we talking monthly or yearly?
Across the U.S. Kind of dailies. Because your basic needs are covered. you've got your house, you've got your car, you're covered. So then you can think about these other things. If you're in a scarcity mindset, you can't think about your friends. You're trying to survive. You're trying to feed your kids. So it's unrealistic. It's unrealistic to think that people are going to focus on helping their neighbor, helping others if they can't take care of themselves first. The other thing I want to address is there's an invisible cost to AI. Every time I ask, there's energy, there's companies paying for servers, there's incredible water usage. What's California doing about that invisible cost that no one is talking about?
Okay, so yes, AI, crypto, they require a lot of energy. And unfortunately, the system that we have, you have to, if you're going to create energy, you have to still plug into the grid. They are owned by like 4 major utilities and they are backlogged, right? They don't have enough people to do it. Maybe they can use AI too to figure out how they can do this more efficiently. So what happens is people are trying to, get a battery for their house so that they can store their own energy in case it goes out. They're trying to develop microgrids so that they can be off of the grid. But ultimately, California, this has to be a priority. And I'm saying it all the time. If we don't increase our energy needs fast enough, we are going to lose AI to other countries who are doing it. And where companies, don't have to wait, things are not slow. So that should be a priority. I am the state treasurer, I am your banker, so I manage your money. I'm not a policymaker. I used to be in the legislature and I used to carry a lot of legislation. So it's up to you all to tell your legislators, your local elected officials, your assembly members, your senators, your governor, that this is important. What are you doing? I went up to CAISO, which is our California energy center. It's like the brain, it's like NASA, right, for energy. And they said, you have to deal with the utilities. So if the utilities aren't able to expand and accommodate more, then we can't do anything. And this is the government, CAISO, right? So now we're trying to work with other states, like as a region, so that we can share energy, because all of us, on the West Coast kind of have different issues that affect, our folks. But maybe if we can share energy, then we can create enough energy. But this is a huge, huge problem. So I get it. Please let your elected officials know. Take them on a tour, educate them, invite them to conferences like this. I don't know what it is, but I learn. I don't learn by a PowerPoint in my office. I have to come see you. So if you tell me I've got a great idea, I said, I'll come visit you. I want to see what kind of office you work in. I want to see whether the people are happy. I want to see whether, because anyone can do a great PowerPoint, but you can't create an environment. Like I can tell as soon as I walk into an office whether this company is going to be successful or not. So, invite them. If you have a successful model, invite people to come and see you. Come, brown bags or whatever it is, but energy, energy, energy. We are in a race for energy, period.
I really believe, I don't want to add more to what she's saying, but just on what she was saying, California might get lucky, I think. If we have better solar efficiency, right now we can only convert about 5% of solar power into energy. What if we go to 25%? Or we can have better batteries. So I think technology might help California, because policy-wise, we're not going to change. We're not going to let nuclear in a lot of things. I think technology, AI helping the technology come forward might be the way to make power cheaper, chips less power consuming, and hence give it to people cheaper. So
go ahead.
Fiona, this is where I'm going to use some of the knowledge I know about you. I know Fiona is one of the biggest proponents of AI. I also know Fiona is a big mentor, right? She's mentored thousands of kids, including my daughter. So the question to you based on those would be, if you were to give one piece of advice to young adults, and I've heard some of that before, Fiona, but I wanted this audience to hear it so they could pass it on, around the future of AI, the future of jobs, what would that be?
So we just happen to be talking today with you and her daughter, and they're writing a book for the next generation, what they should be studying, which industries are going to be the hot industries for them, and it has to do with AI. And I am so glad that their daughter, they wanted her, and she wanted to be a doctor. I was like, there's so many doctors in this world, but great, Avanti. But now she wants to be a lawyer, and she wants to be an AI lawyer, and she wants to be an AI lawyer in the medical field. So I am so excited right now about her future. But for the young people, you know, someone said, if you do not, AI is not going to take your job, but if you do not know how to use AI, you're not going to have a job. Someone will replace you. And that is just technology. You know, my 90-year-old dad is still using a flip phone. Good for him. At least he's not going to get scammed. Don't worry about him getting on, you know, certain, platforms where all of a sudden he sees this pretty girl and he thinks, oh, you know, that pretty girl's interested in him. So, I'm okay with that. But, you know, he still doesn't like to use the ATM. He goes to the bank. You know, he wants to write me a check. You know, he doesn't want to transfer. I mean, that's the old generation, but the new generation has to keep up. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind.
I realize this conversation has become very like futurist and AI oriented. And so since you are in government, I really want to ask because the ethics of AI, I think, are the foundation of everything. I think it's easy to kind of just look at surface level things, but you kind of ignore that, like this idea of universal basic or universal maximum income, it's this ground level thing that you don't even realize fixes everything. And so AI ethics is going to be something that's very, very important. And so what is government going to do in relation to that? And how is it going to tie into the fact that California has such a massive GDP?
Yeah. So politicians, we usually get involved when there is a problem, right? During 2008 mortgage crisis, I mean, how many bills were presented, right? Homelessness, how many bills? Whatever the crisis of the day is. So we are generalists as politicians. We know maybe like I know taxes, but I don't know about everything else. And so the problem is that politicians only hear about the worst at that time because now they have to go regulate something that went wrong. How do we get the message out about all the positive things, right, about AI and what it's doing? But it definitely needs to be regulated. It needs to be enforced. There's impersonations still to this day, right? There's scams out there. There's fake news. I don't know sometimes. I ask my husband, is this a real video? And he's like, oh, no, that's a fake video. It looks so real though. And then now there's another app that you and I can be like, you just take a picture like this, and then all of a sudden we're talking.
Right.
And people are saying, look at this, you're
right.
moving, talking. And it's like, it looks so real, like
right.
we did a video, but we didn't do a video. And so the fakes are what I think is scaring many of us, is that it could be your face on someone else's body doing something or in something. So that I have to leave up to the people talking about ethics. I think Robert talked a lot about ethics and how we have to think about how I don't know, I'm not the expert on this, so.
Yeah.
I think the government's doing, at least in any government interaction with the public, they're seriously looking at AI and who controls the algorithm. So today, if any department says we're going to introduce AI and do this with the people, they'll go to Department of Technology to prove that the algorithm can be validated by every individual. So they're putting some rules there. I think government made some policies for fakes. They still don't have a committee that will take care of ethics of AI yet, because they don't want to stop AI's progress. But very soon, to your question, they're going to think, at what level should we have an AI ethics commission? At the United States federal level, state level, at every corporate level. So those things, your generation will figure out for us.
Final question. So I think the best revelation was that California is interested in scaling like their energy grid, right? So our opening keynote, Dr. Ralph Merkel, he spoke exactly about that. So I'd love to have you guys talk. He's like a legendary pioneer in nanotechnology. So I'd love to make that connection.
Yeah, so nanotechnology, quantum, that's my next rabbit hole I wanna go down, I can see.
Yeah. Can we give Dwayne a hand for putting together such a great event? And Dwayne's wife back here who's fed us and kept us hydrated. And I love that your kids were with you. We try to bring our children everywhere that we go. I think it's a wonderful thing to do for this. I also want to recognize a couple things about this moment before we wrap up. One is, it is heartening. Is that a word? Heartening? The opposite of disheartened? It is heartening to have Q&A go so long with professional people. It's too often that all of us that are peers in this room find ourselves wishing we weren't in the room, excited for it to hit the top of the hour, looking at our phones. And I just really want to thank all of you for participating in this whole process. I think that it's not that often that there's actual a desire for 10 questions to come in. And I think it's been worth Fiona's time to come here in her busy schedule with all that's on her plate, worth Nick's time to make, he's from Singapore, and to come out and out of his way to come out here. It's certainly been wonderful for Riza and myself. And Ram, thanks for being here with us. The other thing I want to mention is the diversity of this room. Not just this panel, but I think the panel is a pretty good example of that diversity. The diversity of ethnicity, the diversity of age, the diversity of gender, the diversity of responsibilities, and definitely the diversity of thought, even though a lot of our most diverse thoughts probably didn't come out in this form. But we are 5 very different people, and everyone in this room that's here now and that has come through today, very different people. And so I just want to, again, recognize you, Dwayne, for what you put together. I told you when we first spoke a couple days ago that you're definitely a visionary. It's unusual for somebody to want to do events that is so full of big, ambitious vision. And you certainly are determined. You're even saying, I'm doing a 10-day event, come hell or high water. I don't care who agrees with me. This is what I want to do. And so I applaud you for your vision. I applaud you for your tenacity. I applaud you for making a way when it felt like, I know that it was just, several days ago where you're like, I'm not sure we can do this. It's not the vision of what I had. I don't know. We may have to punt it, but you found a way. You found a way to bring all these people together. And one of the great benefits of an environment like this is the deals that happen within the next couple of days, the next week, between all of us, that usually spark through a DM on a social media. So please be thoughtful of the sacrifices that Dwayne made, and try to ask yourself, is there anything that you can do to go out of your way to help Dwayne? And one thing you can do for that is just to see if you can invite people to come tomorrow. There's an event tomorrow. There's a whole new group of people. He wants it to be a spectacular event for himself, for his reputation, for everything he's working on with his companies, for what he wants to do moving forward with a 10-day event. And obviously, there's something important about doing things for other people. And if there's somebody that I feel today is deserving of us going out of our way to do something for them, I would say it is you, my friend. Thank you for putting this together. Yes.
All glory to God. Thank you, guys. So I would like to make just a final request. I'm pretty serious about the 10-day event. I'm serious. 4-day hackathon, 5-day speaker series, 1-day networking. It's 10 days. So no, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be like this. 10 days.
Yeah.
There's an event called Esmeralda, which is a month. So you're not thinking big enough.
That's funny. That's funny.
It's actually a really good event, but it does require a certain kind of person, right?
Actually, I was trying to figure out what tops a 10-day event, 1-day event in multiple cities.
That's fun.
Anyway, so I really would like more speakers. So if you know anyone who's a expert in emerging technology, please send them my way. We need more sponsors. We wanted to do the Computer History Museum, which is a legendary location, but we weren't able to raise enough money to pay for it. And need more vendors, because I want it to be a real trade show with trade show booths and stuff like that. So please support me in all ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
All right. change context. Give you myself a.
Oh, you can just put in the holder over there.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was great.
You were wonderful. You're such a good monitor. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm on one of Dwayne's companies.
Yeah.
Media Angels.
Yeah.
So we have a thesis that all of this is percolating a change between LA and San Francisco journalism.
Yeah.
I kind of come back to the power of the creator economy to drive the little stories. 'Cause we don't get the real news.
Right.
From the mainstream. That's
No
another
doubt.
thing.
Right.
No argument or complaint. This journalistic thing, all these stories come out in a different way.
Yeah.
And then the intellectual property attached to the research.
Yeah.
Then can brand build and franchise.
Have you seen what
Change
Base?
the ROI.
Have you seen what Base is doing? So Coinbase has a new app called Base. The headquarters is in San Francisco. Jesse runs it. He's been on Brian's team for about 11 years. Base to me feels like the strongest approach to the creator economy that's going to be touching all things around both journalism from an independent journalist perspective and the audience benefiting from it. That would definitely, like, that is one thing that's kind of ringing my bell. So I was with them for 5 days recently at their big, hackathon event that we did. That's a pretty exciting approach. And even if it's not their tech and their approach, their culture and their kind of rhythms of how they talk about things have been quite effective.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's coming out. 2025 just feels like kind of like 1999, 2000. It was a key change. So we're a platform. Dwayne has a platform, the Media Angels. We call ourselves Major.
Okay.
And we waive all upfront fees, except maybe something minor.
Have you met Nick yet from Singapore?
I will.
So Nick, right here in the white shirt. So Nick is probably my most influential global friend. Like, she invites him to private things in China. He's been on 33 councils in Singapore. Knows close friends with 2 of the last 3 prime ministers. He's in everything, whether it's the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, IMF, the National Prayer Breakfast. It doesn't matter. He's everywhere. And he always has like 2-3 funds that he's deploying 9 figures from. So he'll have funds raised and then he'll deploy money from those funds. He would definitely be somebody to kind of chat because he's always investing in companies locally. So he came out here to spend time with me, and he came out here to kind of shore up his advisorship with robot.com, who he just deployed capitals to. So I think he would definitely be a good person
I'll
to,
run
to
it by
chat
him.
with.
If you are a fan of Dwayne's,
Yeah, I really have enjoyed it.
Let's line up. I think we have a great platform.
Yeah, here, let me give you my card. This has my cell phone on it.
Nice. And then we'll reach back appropriately.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks for saying hello. Yes, absolutely. That's what about Hi, Tammy.
I really like to know you, local.
Yeah, yeah, I live in Santa Cruz.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm in Cupertino.
Oh, yeah, not far.
My co-founders and I are building the context layer for AI so that
Okay.
we can create abundance in the world.
That's awesome.
Flip the model.
Right.
So we're not having to live in this extractive attention economy.
Yeah.
And one of my co-founders is one of the top system thinkers. He's traveled around the world
Yeah.
with the UN and 88 countries of how
Wow.
do you address meta crisis. And
Yeah.
with AI having the potential to be that or
Right.
be amazing.
Right.
So we've worked for 6 years to determine this is the way to put the trajectory towards
Yeah.
human abundance. So that we're gonna put it on chain
That sounds
as a
awesome.
reason for token. 25 years.
Have you
encryption.
decided which chain you're going to use?
We're gonna build using Cosmos SDK. We're gonna build a level 1 layer
Yeah, I know
1
Cosmos
ourselves.
team. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, we're raising right now. We've just raised about $500,000. We're just
Okay.
starting to hire. We're just starting to talk to
Yeah.
some top investors. We
Yeah.
want mission aligned. I don't want to do. I've already made
Right.
VCs here 2.92 billion. I think I want to do something more.
Yeah.
Where people have heart and
That's awesome.
want to. So I'd love to talk to you about.
Yeah. Have you met my wife, Risa?
I'm Tammy. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Happy to hear more about what you're.
I think it would be
working on.
great to kind of weigh in and
Yeah.
hear about it. I love that your kids are here.
Yeah, we'll bring them everywhere.
And how old is your oldest son? Is he
Oldest
only-
is 16. He was the blonde one.
Wow.
That's all the
The
questions.
question he asked Dr. Merkel, like,
Yeah,
oh,
he's really,
wow.
really smart.
He's
Really.
extremely.
He and I are, and Riza, and then the tall. He's our chief of ethics at our company. Been on my team 10 years.
Yeah.
So the 4 of us and 2 others, we do a daily radio show.
Yeah.
For an hour or 2 every day. So that's really opened up. Malachi's just free flowing curiosity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's special.
Very, very. Such a curious learner, you could
Yeah.
tell the depth of the questions he asked in that first section.
Yeah.
I was like, my top cryptologist when we were inventing a new algorithm for encryption did not have the depth of those questions. So well done, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just seems like, and it was out of joy, not
Yeah.
out of force.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I sent you a LinkedIn request.
Okay, good.
but-
Yeah, I'll accept your LinkedIn request
Okay.
when I
Yeah.
turn my phone back on.
Yeah. And maybe, when your phone comes back on.
Yeah.
I'll be here tomorrow. Are you coming back or no?
We already had stuff scheduled. I wasn't really able to get out of it. I gave it a shot. Yeah, and I think Ted will come back. We're adding a session for him to talk about ethics. You know, he's done a lot of stuff around ethics with AI, ethics with crypto
Yeah.
stuff.
And like just sort of cyber like psychological cybersecurity, like how we can leverage AI to not see the things we don't want to see and not to be the product. I mean, it's just a very important time. So I look forward to talking to you about it.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying hi.
Yeah.
Yes, Tony. Huh. That's okay. I need my microphone. I had a microphone around here somewhere. Now it's gone. No.
So I encourage you to figure out some sort of like method of interfacing these.
Did you grab the microphone? I had a microphone on one of these tables. It's awesome. That must be it. All right. Hello, Internet. It looks like we lost LinkedIn and Instagram. I think we just live streamed for too long, which is cool. This live stream was 5 hours. The last one earlier was 4 hours. The first afternoon, we had like 6,500 people tune in during that time, which is much due to Robert Scopel promoting it, which is amazing that one person making a share can make such an impact. I'm going to mute this now, and I'm just going to kind of leave the camera rolling for a bit just for the end of the energy. But thanks for joining me today. It's not often I get to live stream for 8 or 9 hours at a time. I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed joining me for it. All right, Internet land. I'm very close to saying goodbye. Well, now that I'm ready. Now that Reese is waving, it's goodbye. Should we sing a song? Like, good night, sweetheart, it's time to go? Okay, you sing.
I don't know that song.
I made it up.
Oh, good night.
Wait, let's go with a song with words.
Good night. It's time to go, everybody. GOODNIGHT. Good night.
Good night. Good night. We have a little hopping bunny back here. Okay, bye, Internet.